problem is all inside your head, she said to me. The answer is easy if you take it logically. I'd like to help you in your struggle to be free.
There's less than 50 days to leave the Democrats.
She said it's really not true. Furthermore, I hope my meaning won't be lost or misconstrued. I'll repeat myself at the risk of being crude.
There's less than 50 days to leave the Democrats. 50 days to leave the Democrats.
You just slip
Back, Jack.
make a new plan.
Stand.
You don't need to be coy, Roy.
Just listen to me.
Hop on the bus, Gus.
You don't need to discuss much.
Just drop off the key, lean, and get yourself free. Ooh, slip out. Make a new plan.
Stand.
You don't need to be coy. You
Just listen to me.
hop on the
Gus, Gus.
You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, lean, and get yourself free. She said it grieves me so to see you in such pain. I wish there was something I could do to make you smile again. I said, I appreciate that. And would you please explain about
The less
50
ways to leave the Democrats.
She said, why don't we both just sleep on it tonight? I believe in the morning you begin to
See the lights.
And then you kissed me, and I realized you probably was
Right.
right.
There's less than 50 days to leave the Democrats. 50 days to fucking leave the Democrats.
You just slip out back, Jack. Make a new plan.
Stand.
You
Don't need to be coy, Roy. Just let yourself free.
Or you hop on the bus.
Bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much.
Just drop off the key.
Leave and set yourself free.
Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan.
And stand.
You don't need to be
Coy, Roy. Just set your lead.
hop on the bus.
Bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much.
Just drop off the key.
Leave and set yourself free. It's so weird how just like songs come to me and just rabbit holes and whatnot. Yeah.
I'm just a good boy, though my story is seldom told. I have squandered my existence for a pocket full of mumbles, such unpromises. All I suggest to a man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest.
Man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest.
When I left my home and my family, I was no more than a boy in the company of strangers in the quiet of the railway station. And scared, they all seeping out the poor quarters while ragged people go, looking for the places only they could know.
La la la. La 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 la.
Asking only to work those wages, I come looking for a job, but I get no offers. I'm on the doors on 7th Avenue. I do declare there were times when I was so lonesome, I took some comfort there. shame. I am leaving, I need my findings to remain. these different beats, these different people. Radical jihadism has been fighting that fight for many, many years. and her name is Brigitte Gabriel. She's a very eloquent person. And I really feel she's been waiting a long time for this moment. And she came out with a video that I think we should watch and discuss. Here is a famous commentator, famous anti-jihad crusader. I don't know if I want.
Nah, motherfucker.
The head of Hezbollah, which destroys that Lebanon, was finally eliminated. Let's take a look at what she said.
Hello, this is Brigitte Gabriel. Thank you, Israel, for doing the world a favor and eliminating the total leadership of Hezbollah, the most lethal terrorist organization in the world today. Israel eliminated those who killed our Marines in Lebanon and committed and organized terrorist attacks on our American interests across the world. Those who America has been looking for decades and unable to find or take out despite millions of dollars of bounty on their heads. Thank you, Israel, on behalf of Lebanese in Lebanon and around the world, who would never dare come out publicly and thank you. On their behalf, I thank you. I am receiving thousands of messages on my social media from Lebanese rejoicing in and out of Lebanon at the hope that they can take their country back and build again to be what it once was, Paris of the Middle East, before Hezbollah destroyed it. Hezbollah is a terrorist domestic organization funded by Iran, who is in complete control of Lebanon. Lebanon has not had a president for 2 years because Hezbollah does not want a Christian president in the country. They have terrorized the Lebanese people of all faiths, especially the Christians. And before you start commenting on this video saying how much did AIPAC need to say this, let me make something very clear. AIPAC has never paid me a dime. They have never even invited me to speak at their conference or any of their meetings. The Israeli government doesn't pay me a dime. I speak out the way I do because of my conviction and my life experience. I remember a time when we lived in peace, Israelis and Lebanese of South Lebanon together. I used to ride my car to work between Lebanon and Israel. I lived in Israel, I lived in Jerusalem during the week, and I would go back to Lebanon on the weekend to visit my parents in Marjayoun. We had the good sense where many Lebanese went to work in Israel daily. South Lebanon prospered. We used to take our friends visiting from Beirut in their Lebanese cars to Israel and visit Haifa, Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem. Many Lebanese married into Israel and vice versa. We even had a Lebanese consulate in Jerusalem, in Migdala and Megiddo, facing the Knesset, where I spent many evenings in 1984 and 1985. We had hope of peace plans because of the talks between the Lebanese and Israel at the time. Until the founding of Hezbollah, where the whole country went downhill. A lot of Lebanese today live in Israel, who are driven out by Hezbollah, fearing for their lives, Christians, Muslims, and Druze. Since then, Lebanon had a brain drain as Hezbollah had drove the Christians out, just like Europe had a brain drain after they drove their Jews out in World War II. Lebanon traded their innovators, their business builders, their professionals for bomb makers, glorified terrorists, and hate-driven monsters. Many people tell me, why don't you go back? Because Hezbollah wants my head on a platter. My only crime is that I want peace with Israel. Many Lebanese of all faith do not want war with Israel. We want peace. We want prosperity. We want to raise our children together, to grow up and love and accomplish and build and turn the Middle East into paradise. Lebanese leaders, I am calling on you now. Now is the time to seize the opportunity and make peace with Israel. Take back your country. I am calling on all Lebanese leaders and influencers across the world to come together. Let's do it. If Jordan, Egypt, UAE, and many others in the Middle East can have peace with Israel, why can't Lebanon? Now is the time. Contact me at info@BrigitteGabriel.com if you would like to be a part of this historic movement for peace. Let's make history together. and bring peace to Lebanon. Thank you.
Okay, so Brigitte Gabriel, amazing voice there.
It just reminds me, when I was in high school, there was a Lebanese dude, I can't remember his name now, but he was a really, really nice guy, like Christian Lebanese. Lebanese. And I just remember this one time he's going, what's all this feminism stuff? When is there going to be a meninism? When is there going to be a meninism movement?
And this is our moment because Hezbollah is beginning to be destroyed. The top leadership of Hezbollah has been taken out. Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General, the head of the monster, has been eliminated. And she's now talking about peace. I think it's a little premature to talk about peace because we still have to get Lebanon back on track. And I think that Israel should control the south of Lebanon and settle it. That's right. That's what they're really control it. But the sentiment is beautiful. But the house cleaning is not done yet. We still have to take care of so much business around here, so much more that we have to eliminate in order to have that time of prosperity. So first, as Shmuel Goldman said, first, Hashem Ozlam, then Hashem will give strength, then Hashem will give us peace. But I think that Brigitte Gabriel is flowing all of these years of bitterness that her beloved Lebanon was destroyed. And she's one of the many voices that are out there. There's many Arabs speaking in Arabic, blessing Abu Yair. Abu Yair is the father of Benjamin Netanyahu, so the Arabs call him Abu Yair, the father of Benjamin.
So historically, when Israel goes to war in self-defense against her genocidal enemies, it's the BBC who, certainly in the UK, but throughout the world, certainly the Western world, who is seen as someone that pro-Israel voices get most frustrated with because they blur truth and falsehood and evil in such heinous ways, unable to refer to Hamas as terrorists at the start of October 7th. They would describe Nasrallah just recently in very morally ambiguous and respectful ways. He's a chief terrorist of the biggest terror organization in the world. And many people have been upset with the BBC for decades in the way they've covered Israel fighting wars of self-defense. Now, the one thing that has become more apparent in the past year is also Sky News. Sky News is another British channel, and like the BBC, it gets seen around the world and is highly respected. And therefore, what they say and how they report matters. And Douglas Murray has written in The Spectator about this. He's been talking about how Sky News have really clearly lost their way. And this has come apparent to me for a long time now, the way they report things, the way they seem so overly hostile to Israel, the way they cloud the issues. I remember seeing recently a report of one of their reporters in Lebanon really trying to make it seem as if Hezbollah is just 11 of these victims who just basically are facing aggression from Israel and they're resisting occupation. It's so sick. It's such a twisting of reality. And I want to read to you Douglas Murray's words because what he says is so poignant about how they really have lost their way. This is his words in a few Spectator piece. Occasionally, I'm told that I go too hard on the BBC. It is an understandable gripe I sometimes hear from disgruntled journalists from Broadcasting House, which, by the way, is the BBC's head. So let me start by saying that as an equal opportunities insulter, I would like to put on the record how completely rancid Sky News in the UK has become. To give an idea of where Sky UK has gone wrong since being sold, allow me to highlight one story in the Camera Reported this week. After the targeted strikes on Hezbollah operatives via their pages and walkie-talkies, Sky ran a story headlined, "Hezbollah has been provoked by the never before Israel and they have to unleash its firepower." This is truly fascinating framing, for it suggests that Hezbollah should be allowed to fire thousands of rockets at Israel with impunity, and that if Israel responds to this, even in the most most targeted and personal way possible. It's being provocative. Hezbollah, it's just too beastly. Can't it be allowed to fire missiles at Israeli civilians in peace? Much of the broadcast media in Britain has been similarly sued. The BBC News website last week led with Lebanon reels from 2 days of device attacks. ITV News lamented not just the pager and walkie explosions, but Israel's strikes at Hezbollah arms dumps, presenting these as though they were strikes on civilian targets. ITV in its own footage showed the secondary explosions in the building in Paris, which gives the game away, surely. I've seen all this before. I was on the Israel-Lebanon border 18 years ago during the last Israel-Hezbollah war. Back in 2006, much of the media played the same old game. Hezbollah fired dozens of rockets into Israel. Israel responded, and before you knew it, the world was running headlines about Israel striking Lebanon. By the way, just to pause, Douglas, for a second. One of the things that we'll say in the Western world, they say, well, yeah, Israel can respond, but they've gone too far, and it's too much, it's disproportionate. Israel, what did Biden say a few months ago? He said they've gone over the top. You might as well not be supporting Israel then, and Israel's right to self-defense if you say things like that. Because this pager attack recently proved that it's disingenuous when people say they've gone over the top. Because Israel literally went for people using old-school pagers only if they were working with Hezbollah, who brought them all to avoid Israeli surveillance. So Israel does this brilliant thing, which means they can dramatically avoid the kind of non-combatant civilian casualties that we feared would happen if Israel waged a war against Hezbollah. And they say, oh, this is a war crime, this is terrible, proving that the attacks were always disingenuous. So I don't really buy all these, oh, yeah, I support Israel, but they can't go too far. Israel doesn't go too far, all right? They don't. They probably show too much restraint. In fact, definitely do. I remember being in a hospital on the Israeli side of the border that had been hit by Hezbollah. There was no mention of this in the next day's media outside of Israel, but there were plenty of reports about Israeli aggression against Hezbollah. That conflict ended with a UN resolution 1701, which was meant to ensure that Hezbollah would not be allowed to rebuild the stockpile of rockets in southern Lebanon. Over the succeeding years, Hezbollah more than replenished these supplies. By the last year, the group that has done so much to destroy Lebanon and to decimate its Christian population, among others, was estimated to have around 160,000 missiles in position to launch at Israel. Labour and Conservative governments never had much to say about this, and certainly did nothing about it. Under successive governments, people who generally enjoy talking about UN resolutions were silent about 1701. Hezbollah more than rebuilt its armory, and then from 8th October last year, it started firing its missiles into Israel again. Keen as it was not to miss out on the genocidal opportunity opened up by its Hamas colleagues the previous day. Over the past year, I have witnessed plenty of this activity myself. On a normal day, a few dozen missiles might be fired by Hezbollah into Israel. On some days, like this past week, hundreds are fired over. This almost never makes the British news, but many thousands of Iranian-gifted rockets have been fired by Hezbollah into Israel in the past year. All this has happened under the watchful eye of UN peacekeepers, whose effectiveness approximates to that of a eunuch in a harem. Meantime, the court eunuchs in the Western media rarely mention Hezbollah fires the occasional rocket. When they do, they tend to suggest it is simply trying, utterly reasonably of course, to target Israeli military sites. As to why Hezbollah fired rockets into a playground in a northern Israeli town, killing a dozen Israeli Druze children playing football, nobody will say. It's just one of those lifestyle mysteries. If there is anyone left in Britain who still watches Sky News, then they'll be always uniquely misinformed about what is actually happening in the world. In the past week, its crack squad of misinformers, led by someone called Dominic Waghorn and Alex Crawford, did manage to utter the word terror, but they used it while referring to the 2 days of terror recently suffered by the fighting group Hezbollah. It's just unbelievable. It's sick. I'm sure Hezbollah terrorists were terrorised when they found their balls blown off by exploding pager devices, but that is probably one of the job hazards that comes if you make the mistake of joining a terrorist group and then try to one-house your neighbours on the orders of the revolutionary Islamic government in Iraq. Decisions have consequences, and joining what Crawford calls a fighting group should be seen for what it is, as a insanely bad career choice. Worse ever, even than entering broadcast journalism. People sometimes wonder why the media in a country like this has gone so partisan on a story which should not be that complicated to report. A number of reasons present themselves. The one I'm most prone to is simply that failing television networks attract less and less talent, and that Sky and ITV and even the BBC just don't get the best of the writers anymore. The idea that they have been bought or compromised in some way seems to me a little too conspiratorial. Then I noticed that just about the only regular sponsor of Sky News UK is the terrorist-supporting slave state of Qatar through its national airline. Qataris are, of course, not just funders of Hamas, but also host Taliban. But I'm sure this is a coincidence, and their efforts to provoke their remaining viewers into reaching for the off button come from ignorance rather than anything worse. Douglas is just, as usual, so brilliant at stating the facts clearly. And it really is sad. It is sad to see that Britain, that can at times be a voice of moral clarity on the world stage, constantly making this same mistake when it comes to having moral clarity with regard to Israel. It's disappointing. But at the end of the day, I actually think the British public are quite astute. And if they continue down this path, there's actually growing hostility and concern about the BBC and people in the UK who want to watch TV in Britain. Then, and certainly the BBC, you have to pay this license fee to have television, and people have started to protest that, and they're really upset at how the BBC does that, and that they're so biased, not just on Israel, but on other issues. And people are starting to feel similarly about Sky News, which is why we're actually starting to see other media channels in the UK starting to grow, where they are prepared to actually say the truth. So they're going to have to face a choice. So they want to continue down the path of lies, in which case they'll continue to get a smaller and smaller reach, or do they want to actually change and start articulating the truth? Now, if you made it to the end of this video, I have a favour to ask you. You may have seen a few recent videos. I've been saying that JTV and the videos I've been putting out have been having a lot of impact. They've been growing a lot, particularly in the past year because of Israel's war. We're trying to do our best to get the truth out there, but I think we could grow at a much faster rate. But in order to do that, it would mean scaling our content, having other presenters like me, doing documentaries, animated content, supplementary content, box pops, entertaining content. I have a vision to really expand JTV so we can grow at a much faster rate, and our impact and reach and appeal to all different kinds of audiences can be far greater. The purpose of doing all of this ultimately is to spread the truth. The mission of JTV is to create positive and truthful associations with Jews, Judaism, and Israel. So if you believe in this mission, if you want to help us in scaling and accelerating the growth of JTV, please click on the link in the video description, where what I'm planning on doing is having one fundraising day in order to fuel that scaling.
Yeah, JTV is great. All the Israeli news services.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with more daft celebrity advice. This time from pop star Billie Eilish, some dude on the news saying, if you don't vote Democrat, your life will be over. These people are nuts.
We are voting for Kamala Harris and the Democrats because they are fighting to protect our reproductive freedom, our planet, and our democracy.
We can't let extremists control our lives, our freedoms, and our future. The only way to stop them and endanger Project 2025 agenda is to vote and Kamala Harris.
Vote like your life depends on it, because it does.
Their life depends on it. Project 25 lies, demented hysteria, doomsday predictions, they really do count on their fans to be low info dimwits. Talking about unsolicited advice, here is LGBTQIA++ activist Jeffrey Marsh, again advising folks to end contact with family members who are toxic.
I was in contact with my mom. This was a few years ago. All I could do at the time was text her and say, I'm not coming home for the holidays and you won't be seeing me for a while. She texted back in all caps, what the does that mean? And I blocked her. That was it. That's the last thing that I remember we ever said to each other.
Hope you
have a bucket handy because this next clip of MSNBC's Jen Psaki interviewing Kamala Harris' husband, Doug, may...
So Jen Psaki fucking... Well, what do they call her? She wasn't Pippi Longstocking, but definitely not Pippi Longstocking. Fucking Raggedy Ann or whatever. And now she's at NBC. And what she was there? Was she the press advisor? Was she the mouthpiece? She was the mouthpiece, wasn't she? That's crazy.
Make you nauseous.
Important part, an interesting part of how people have talked about your role here is how your role has reshaped the perception of masculinity. And I'm not sure you planned on that, but you are an incredibly supportive spouse. Has that been an evolution for you? And do you think that's part of the role you might play as first gentleman?
It's funny, I've started to think a lot about this. I've always been like this. My dad was like this.
You have reshaped the perception of masculinity. She actually said that. Did you circle back to your bucket yet? Just a reminder for those who don't know, this is the same man who was sleeping with a nanny while his first wife was at work. He even got the nanny pregnant. Yeah, that sounds like the type of masculinity every gal craves. Oh. Let's cross now to Gaza, or is it Fallujah or Kabul? Oh no, it's Melbourne, Australia, where scenes like this are becoming commonplace. People supporting Hezbollah. Nothing to worry about there, and sadly there were similar scenes and chants in Sydney as well. Don't worry, the anti-Israeli zealotry is spread across all our capital cities, and it's not just immigrants from those regions that are chanting this ugly stuff. It's the local lefties we've produced in this country who are pushing this toxic agenda. It is absolutely appalling. Now, here is proof that even the dimmest of dim dogs can somehow become a billionaire. Let's look at some of Mark Cuban's work. This is from a few years back with the devastatingly unfunny Stephen Colbert. And I apologise in advance for the extreme levels of cringe you're about to experience.
Donald, you know that to be a billionaire, you have to have the billion part in your bank account. In the Shark Tank. Donald, I know you have no shot with this thing. There's no way in hell you're getting up. Can you win both? Donald, the only way you're worth 10 billion is if I paid you $9.5 billion to wash my...
Oh dear, and it is Mark Cuban has learned nothing from embarrassing himself in front of the world. He is a source of amusement constantly on X, where he eats the most absurd stuff. And if that's not enough humiliation, he took that same absurdity on CNBC, only to be slapped down with facts and logic.
When she was unable to answer the question about are you better off now than 4 years ago, I think that was illustrative.
Well, 4 years ago, literally, you can answer.
We can look at exactly what happened. He's already been president, and we can look at what happened when she was vice president, and it's not good to compare.
Being the president, Joe, as you know, is different than being vice president. It's not.
So she can take credit for the good things that happened with Biden. But she didn't have anything to do with it now.
Now, this is delicious. This lefty losing a gal approaches Charlie Kirk and Vivek Ramaswamy with what she thinks is a brilliant gotcha question that will leave them exposed as immoral fools. But sadly for her, she's the one who looks like an utter imbecile.
I just have a simple yes or no question. If the only way to ban abortion forever would be to bring back slavery, would you do it?
No.
No?
I wouldn't bring back slavery to try to limit murder. No.
Okay.
What kind of outrageous question is that, by the way? If the only way to limit human suffering is to ban abortion, would you ban abortion?
No.
It was an honest answer. It was an honest answer.
Yeah. Better luck next time, love. That did not go as planned. It's been a while since we had a look at the climate cultists of Just Stop Oil. Here they protest human progress and the fact that a couple of their fellow lawless idiots has been jailed by, attacking a great piece of art with cans of soup. Listen to the reaction of the other people in the gallery.
People in prison demanding against the oil and gas, something which is now government policy. After sustaining this countless hours and the resulting political pressure.
And we'll have plenty more left here with my next special guest. Wouldn't it be nice if schools focused on academic excellence rather than leftist indoctrination? Watch this parent confront a teacher running a Kamala Harris Day at school.
You guys are having a Harris. Yes, and it's an honor for Black History Spirit Week for Black History. Okay, so you're making that's Black History is you're making a political statement. I'm not sure how I'm making a political statement. Harris Day, she's the current Vice President of the United States. And I myself did not make her up. Her conversation if you feel it is inappropriate for us to have that. I'm not saying that every I'm just doing what I have to do in the opposition and so are you the one making this?
So it was a decision after all. Glad she eventually cleared that up. Bring in the incorrigible Texan himself, host of Prime Time with Alex Stein on Blaze TV. Alex Stein. Alex, a lot of that going on, but I want to get your thoughts on an issue that it is just absolutely shocking. This data that has come out over the weekend. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement Authority, ICE, has released a damning report as to what has been going on at that southern border. ICE Deputy Director Patrick Lechliner has revealed that more than 425,000 convicted criminals have been released from custody, awaiting further immigration proceedings, as well as more than 222,000 who have got pending criminal charges.
They're currently tracking 425,000 non-citizens who have been convicted of a crime. Of that number, over 13,000 non-citizens have convictions for homicide and are on the non-detained docket, meaning they're roaming the country right now. On top of that, there are another 15,811 non-citizens convicted of sexual assault who are roaming the country right now on ICE's non-detained docket.
Alex, to me, this is tantamount to treason. Even if 10%, 1% of those numbers were being released into the community, it would be a scandal.
Well, it's scary enough that 13,000 of those illegal immigrants have a conviction for homicide. But I mean, personally, I think sexual assault is even scarier than murder. And considering now we have 15,000 people that are in our country, and those are the ones that are documented. It's incredibly scary. And I don't think people here in America really understand how important this next election is, because our border is an absolute mess. And I just recently went on a cruise. I recently went to Haiti. Right now, Haiti's beautiful. There's hardly anybody there. I mean, those places are safe, but New York City or the southern border, it's terrible right now.
Well, I'm shocked at how little coverage this data that has been released by Immigration and Customs Enforcement is receiving in the mainstream media in America. It's not a palatable topic. It goes against the narrative. A lot of networks like MSNBC, CNN push, but you would think that data is so compelling that they would be telling their viewers about it, but it seems to be, it seems to be ignored by many of them.
Well, they consider it advantageous because they know that they're going to figure out a way where these people can vote in future elections and hopefully, make it so that the liberals win every election by having these illegal immigrants vote for them. So this is not an accident. And, it wasn't that long ago after September 11th where the country, tried to pride itself on protecting its citizens. Now it's the opposite. Now people are more interested in protecting illegal immigrants. And you look at all the devastation in Florida and Tennessee right now, and we still want to give billions of dollars to Ukraine. It's absurd.
Now, despite the obvious border policy failures that those stats point to, we had Kamala Harris go to the border. She has previously compared border authorities to the KKK and slave owners, but now she's pretending she supports strong borders and is supporting the workers down there. Is anyone buying this in the States, Alex?
Well, sadly, Rita, I just spoke at the University of Washington, and I was speaking there for Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, and we had some people that were a little combative. And, I asked them about the border, and they literally, even though Kamala Harris has been the vice president for the past 3 years, they think that she actually cares about the border, yet it's been her job, literally, basically, for the last 4 years almost, to fix our border. They admit, these are leftists on campus that admit that we have a border issue, but they think all of a sudden when Kamala becomes president that she can fix this. So people are deeply confused, and they're acting like Kamala is a new candidate. She's not. She's been in the upper echelon of power, and she could stop this border crisis, but she chooses not to. So it's just proof that she's a phony and she's a fraud, saying now she all of a sudden cares about the border.
Well, she's just on the record over the years talking about this issue at length, and she has said that she doesn't think illegal immigration is a crime. She wants to have free healthcare for illegal immigrants, even supported sex change operations at the taxpayer's expense for illegal immigrants who are convicted of a crime and are in jail in America. So all of this is on public record. Let's see what Donald Trump was up to. He had a very good reception at a football game, college football game between Alabama and Georgia. Let's have a look. Roll Tide, Alex. They seem to be pretty happy to see him because it's dangerous as a politician to go to any sporting event. You normally get with booze, but not on this occasion.
Well, I graduated from LSU, which is in the Southeastern Conference, the SEC, the same conference as Alabama, and I've been to Bryant-Denny Stadium. And trust me, 99% of the people in that stadium were voting for Donald Trump. If he was at a different university, it might not be the same outcome. They might not be cheering as loud. But trust me, he was in a stadium full of supporters. But sadly, I don't know if it's enough Bryant-Denny Stadium goers to sway this election, and I'm really worried. He has a lot of support there, but in other stadiums, you're right, he probably could possibly get to it.
Now, let's have a look at a bit of a controversy in Pittsburgh, a famous sandwich restaurant that I've been there myself. It's a bit overrated, I've got to tell you. They've been slammed because of their unequal treatment of the two political candidates. They allowed Kamala Harris to bus in her people there throughout their diners so they could film a little bit in there. But when JD Vance showed up, well, they denied him entry, and he was instead forced to have his meet and greet with supporters in the restaurant's parking lot. The restaurant is pretending none of that actually happened. They claimed everyone's open, their doors are open to all. It was just an innocent mistake, a bit of confusion, but Republicans are not buying this, Alex. I've seen some of the comments online. They're saying, that's it, we're not dining here anymore. We don't want to give our money to a business that has such contempt for us and our values and our candidates.
Well, what's even worse is they lied and misrepresented what happened. Supposedly, according to the Vance campaign, they got approved before. And not only that, when Kamala went there, she had the diners kicked out and put in basically plants, people that were supportive of her to go into the diner and be there while she was eating. So they did whatever Kamala Harris wanted, but they did not do that with JD Vance. So it shows that they obviously want Kamala to be the winner of this next election. And do not eat it from Anti Brothers. They are overrated. You know, they used to be very, very, very famous. They tried to expand in other states and not done so well. So, you know, it's just kind of sad that they won't give the same sort of treatment to JD Vance as they give to Kamala Harris.
Now, finally, Alex, second gentleman, I guess it would be his official title of the United States, Doug Emhoff, has been had a revolutionary when it comes to what it means to be a man, despite MSNBC's host, Jen Psaki.
Important part and interesting part of how people talked about your role here is how your role has reshaped the perception of masculinity. And I'm not sure you planned on that, but you are an incredibly supportive spouse. Has that been an evolution for you? And do you think that's part of the role you might play as first gentleman?
It's funny, I've started to think a lot about this. I've always been like this. My dad was like this.
Oh, come on. Alex, I'm going to let you have first go at this one. Go for it.
When they call him the first gentleman, Rita, this sounds like a conspiracy, but this is true when it goes to our education system. It's the feminization of men. They want men to be more feminine. And Doug Emhoff is about as feminine as it gets. And just him sitting there, totally emasculated by his wife, and Jen Psaki trying to give him a softball interview. It's just sad that he's about to be the first husband. I mean, I guess he would technically be the first gentleman. I mean, it's absurd. It's kind of like using these weird pronouns. I'm still confused on how it works.
Well, I just don't know how he's revolutionizing masculinity when he's got a track record of cheating on his first wife with the nanny, getting the nanny pregnant. That's about as toxic as it can get in most people's books. But Alex Stein, always a pleasure. Thanks for your time this evening.
So let's flip it up. Let's flip it up. So this is the We Love Africa channel, not We Are Africans Who Love People or whatever, but this is Algeria makes Israel and West shake. Live humiliation in the United Nations General Assembly.
We are in a dire need today to restore our commitment to and respect for the United Nations Charter and the rules of international law.
We have no basis in national law, you know.
Before which we are all equal. We all have a duty to respect and abide by those rules. The ongoing genocide in Gaza that has continued for almost 1 year, and the recent spillover of this war into the West Bank and Lebanon, and the sharp, multifaceted, multi-front Israeli escalation in the entire region, all of which would not happen if the international community at the time had taken and the forces of the Israeli settlement occupation has been imposed on others, namely punitive and deterrent measures, as set forth in the Charter of the United Nations on Chapter 7. The international community today should hasten to put an end to the inferno against Palestinian and Lebanese peoples, and to rein in the Israeli occupier and its desire to engulf the Middle East region into a state of crisis, conflict, and endless war. The international community should also realize that it is facing a decisive phase in the history of the Palestinian question. A phase that does not accept a return to the status quo ante, a phase that does not accept hesitation or inaction in supporting the national Palestinian project. A phase that does not allow for procrastination in supporting the move towards the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state as a just, lasting, and final solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
So weird. Like, would this be the same if Palestine was called Philistine? which basically that's what it is. You know, they're the Philistines. They're the, you know, they're the Goliath that David fought, are they not? Like, it's so weird. It's like you change like 2 letters in a name. And I mean, look, maybe it's just my specific age, but Philistine meant something. You know, you fucking Philistine. But you don't say you fucking Palestine. You know, like Philistinians.
From this podium, at its previous session, the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdulmajid Tebboune, appealed to the United Nations Organization to expedite the admission of the full membership of the State of Palestine. This has been done in a less volatile, tense, and tragic circumstance in the occupied Palestinian territory and throughout the neighboring region of Palestine. Today, the question of Palestine is at its darkest historical chapter ever. This approach is inevitable and urgent and self-evident. The full membership of the State of Palestine in this organization remains a crucial step towards the preservation to state solution, towards addressing what the Israeli occupation is gearing up to thwart, a step towards safeguarding the tenets of resolving the Arab-Israeli conflict and the pillars of security and stability in the region. With regard to developments in our regional neighborhood, Algeria's conviction remains firm that in order to address the diverse challenges facing the states and people of the region require international support and global commitment to address the different challenges that weigh heavily on our Pan-African space. This is fully the case for the Sahel region. Apologies, interruptions. In this same vein, we look forward to ending colonization by turning the last page of colonization, which we see on the territory of the Western Sahara. We provide all support for the Secretary General and his President Envoy in efforts to enable the 2 parties, the Kingdom of Morocco and the Polisario Front, to resume the path of direct negotiation to reach a political solution that guarantees for the Sahara people the exercise of inalienable right of self-determination that is not subject to the statute of limitation. And as for those that seek to entrench the status quo of colonization by falsifying the clear facts and through desperate maneuvers to distract attention from what is clear, we would like to affirm that colonization must end, no matter how long the time passes, and that legitimate rights of the Sahrawi people will be implemented sooner or later. As for Libya, Algeria calls for the expeditious addressing of the scourge of foreign interference, which is sowing discord in the brotherly country and fueling clashes and conflicts among its people. Only then can our Libyan brothers come together on a consensus that begins to achieve the goals of national reconciliation and fosters a trend towards the organization of fair and free and transparent elections. All of this in the service of the high purpose that we desire from the bottom of our hearts, which is the unification of Libya, its people, its territory, its government, and its institutions.
Tell us what you think in the comment section. Like and share the video and subscribe.
So this is SBS News, and look, I grew up with SBS back in the day. They used to have like Liquid TV, cult films, international films. They didn't have advertisements until maybe 15, 20 years ago. And look, it's so hard when you try to be when you try to be a cultured person and yet realize that the narratives within that space are exactly the same as the fucking normies, except maybe a little bit more extreme or whatever. So let's see what these silly silly duffers have to say about Israel strikes central Beirut, Houthi targets bombed in Yemen, Austrian far-right historic win. So them's gonna get butthurt. The special butthurt service, the SBS. Butthurt.
Good evening. Israel has struck targets in Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen, intensifying fears that fighting in the Middle East could spiral out of control. The Iraq-backed Houthis say 4 people were killed and more than 2 dozen injured in the explosions, which rocked power plants and port facilities in Ras Isa and Hodeida. The Houthis vowing revenge for what they condemned as a brutal aggression. The IDF also continued its bombing campaign in Lebanon, hitting a residential apartment block in central Beirut. And in a development late today, Hamas said its leader...
Notice how they only ever mention, like, the stuff that they can exploit. The stuff that they're just going, oh, that'll get them in the heart, won't it? Oh, you know, like, it's so disingenuous. It's so disingenuous. Crazy.
Sharif Abu El-Amin in Lebanon was killed in a strike in the south.
Thick smoke and towering flames engulfed the sky, following dozens of Israeli airstrikes.
They love that, like, the horror and depravity of the situation. That, like, it's on a great Martin Malloy bit about it, but, you know. Like, that really emotional voice. How very dead.
On power plants and port in Yemen, firefighters struggled to contain the blaze as rescue teams plucked survivors from the rubble. In a post on X, a Houthi spokesperson said, "Our strikes against the Zionist enemy will not stop, and the aggression will be met with a response." Israel says it was retaliation for a Houthi ballistic.
Interesting, she didn't put the God willing bit at the end. Fucking idiot. Inshallah. Inshallah.
Missile attack on the country's international airport on Saturday, which was intercepted. Early this morning, an Israeli airstrike hit an apartment block in a residential area of central Beirut. It's the first time in nearly 2 decades that Israel has targeted the city centre, and not just the southern suburb of Dahiyeh, a Hezbollah stronghold. Lebanon's health ministry says IDF strikes yesterday killed more than 100 people. Mourners burying their loved ones, despite reports of relentless bombardments in the country's south and the east.
Children are women. They are turning us into a city in Gaza. We tell Israel that we are not scared of you and your women.
It has forced an exodus of people from their homes, especially in southern Lebanon.
Lebanese, of course, Lebanese caretaker prime minister, because they don't have a fucking, yeah, wow, that's interesting. So he has no legitimacy. He's just a fucking caretaker. And what do caretakers do? It is estimated the number could be up to 1 million people. 1 million Lebanese people moving. This is the largest displacement number to happen in the region. In Lebanon, and probably
As
in
the all-out war
history.
inside Lebanon escalate, the Israeli government, increasingly isolated, has resisted allies' calls for a ceasefire. Joining the security cabinet is opposition lawmaker Gideon Saar, once an ally, later a vocal critic of Benjamin Netanyahu, turned ally again.
This move contributes to the unity within us, and unity against our enemies.
It's a move that will also strengthen the Prime Minister's position. Saar's 4-seat party gives Netanyahu a solid majority in the Knesset. Rochelle Harrison-Pless, SBS World News.
The Lebanese authorities have confirmed the suspension of all foreign carriers' flights to and from Beirut International Airport. The country's flag carrier, Middle East Airlines, is now the only major carrier with services via Beirut. Carriers say these suspensions are temporary, but Lebanese authorities say they will have to...
Interesting mix of other airlines that used to fly into Beirut. So we got Emirates, Etihad, Fly Dubai, Air Arabia, Cyprus Airways, Qatar Airways, Turkish Airlines, Pegasus, British Airways, of course, and Ethiopian Airlines. Interesting.
To reapply for permission to offer services. Leaving Lebanon is difficult. There is at least one daily bus from Beirut to Amman, Jordan, and a ferry service from Tripoli to Turkey. Smugglers are operating at the border crossings into Syria and crossings into Israel from closed. And in breaking news, the United Arab Emirates has accused the Sudanese army of bombing its ambassador's residence in the capital, Khartoum. In a statement, the UAE's foreign ministry says they strongly condemn Hamas' attack, which resulted in extensive damage to the building, and are calling on Sudan to assume full responsibility for the cowardly act.
Of course, it's always cowardly, isn't it? It's always, yeah.
Austria has become the latest European country to be...
Freedom is so controversial now, isn't it? Oh.
It's time since that a far-right political party has secured electoral victory.
I don't know about that, darling. Wasn't there? Yeah. No, darling. Sorry, man. Like, wasn't that? Was it Hitler or he wasn't Hitler, but he was a dude. I'm sure he made power back in the day. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe potato head, fucking Venezuelan guy or whatever he is correct. But
protesters march on Parliament in the Austrian capital, Vienna. Their anger fueled by polls showing the far-right Freedom Party set for election victory.
This means social cuts for Austria. This means lower salaries. This means a catastrophe, especially for migrants. Obviously, she's not a migrant. Again, this is the whole, it doesn't affect me, but it could affect others, and that really affects me.
It's the latest democratic European country to experience rising support for the far right, after similar gains in the Netherlands, France, and Germany. Austria's Freedom Party has steadily rebuilt its voter base since a 2019 slump. It's promised an immigration crackdown if it wins power, warning asylum seekers they'll be sent back to their original countries if they fail to integrate. Immigration concerns took centre stage last month when pop star Taylor Swift cancelled the Vienna Lego tour after police thwarted an alleged Islamic State-inspired terror plot.
And yet she still comes out and support. It's crazy gravy, man. And there will be change with Herbert Kickle.
Wir haben tatsächlich dieses Tor aufgemacht. Wir haben eine Tür aufgeschlossen zu einer neuen Ära.
A former Nazi lawmaker initially led the Freedom Party in the 1950s. Current leaders have tried to distance themselves from the party's past. The Freedom Party must still negotiate with other parties to form a...
And yet nobody seems to talk about the relationship between the Democrats and the KKK. Nobody. They say, you know what I mean? Like, and they somehow co-opt the spirit of Lincoln. It's wild, man. It's fucking wild.
Coalition government, with doubts over whether it can win the support of the outgoing centre-right People's Party.
World Health Organization have been the next world government. And the preparatory meeting for world domination. You can't run sensibly and responsibly with him. And I still stand by that. You know, they love democracy when they win, don't they? That's the whole thing. Like, democracy is great when we win. As soon as democracy works against our favor, it's a threat to democracy.
leaving questions about the Freedom Party over the next 5 years. Bring the answer, SBS World News.
Ukraine's military says it struck a weapons depot inside Russian. They received a major shipment of weapons there. Russia hasn't confirmed the attack, but Ukrainian officials say the operation will deplete Russian ammunition stocks for months. Ukraine's president is calling on world partners to supply long-range missiles after more Ukrainians were injured by Russian strikes.
A whimper from under the rubble. Rescuers asking a woman if she can feel her legs.
She is trapped under the rubble. We can only see her hand. A 35-year-old woman. Who the fuck are you?
Nearby, rescuers try to break through a wall to find another woman, pulling her to safety. Ukrainian officials said 13 Russian-guided bombs hit 3 districts as residents were sleeping. Several homes were flattened. 16 people were injured.
It is a daily Russian terror. Every day, Russia uses about 100 guided aerial bombs.
Ukraine is stepping up its counterattacks. Its drones have been wading deep into Russian territory. The latest attack occurred in Kotlovan in Russia's Volgograd region. Ukraine's military says it targeted a weapons depot reportedly a day after the arrival of a shipment of Iranian missiles and drones. It said more than 100 Ukrainian drones traveled 600 kilometers to damage the depot.
Should we to a shortly different mission, assuming that Ukraine was able to get to and actually strike Russian ammunition stocks successfully and that took out some of their munitions?
Just 2 weeks ago, Ukraine struck another Russian weapons storage facility northwest of Moscow, reportedly damaging small long-range mortar shell, artillery rockets and long-range ballistic missiles. Ukraine is amping up calls for Western allies to lift their restrictions on the use of missiles.
We need more long-range capabilities for Ukraine. We need more air defense for Ukraine. We need more strength against Russia so we can fucking destroy them. Like, where does this end?
Denmark on Sunday announced it would give Ukraine $900 million to produce its own weapons and equipment. Rashida Yousafzai, SBS World News.
What was your name again there, darling? Oh, what was your name there again, darling?
Own weapons and equipment. Rashida Yousafzai, SBS.
Ah, Rashida Yousafzai. Okay, so fair and balanced reporting there, of course.
World News.
Just moments after Pope Francis spoke in front of students and teachers at Saint-Laurent in Belgium, the Catholic University said it deplored the conservative positions he expressed. These came during a visit to Luxembourg and Belgium, in which the Pope was criticised and held to account for clerical child sexual abuse.
With incomprehension and disapproval, Howard Catholic University in Belgium say they received Pope Francis' views on the role of women in society.
Womanhood speaks to us of fertile welcome, nurturing love and dedication. But it is bad when the woman wants to be a man. No, she is a woman.
Pope Francis was responding to a letter written by Usain Mouvant students from the church's historical part in female subservience.
Today, relegating women into their role of fertility. I think he degraded us, and I think his response to our letter has been very disappointing. What do you expect being still related to a completely patriarchal system? What do you expect, darling? I think he degraded us, and I think his response, yeah.
In a press conference on a Rome flight yesterday, the Pope also described doctors who perform abortions as men, sparking yet more criticism.
It was very disappointing, especially comments on abortion and women. I think what we're dealing with here is a very old man who, when speaking of the trust,
tends to revert to his form from ages past. We're really not going to tackle the root problem until we tackle the way in which priests are trained and the way in which women are excluded from leadership in the church. This is what Francis needed to have said in Belgium. If women had been in charge, I think the scourge of sexual abuse would be tackled much more quickly, much more decisively.
Pope Francis did.
What, like in the Anglican Church?
However, wins some favour in Belgium amid a cover-up scandal of clerical sexual abuse. Meeting with 17 victims of child sexual abuse, he later acknowledged the atrocious suffering and wounds caused by the church.
Even
In a letter, Belgians have demanded that the pontiff now set up a process for financial reparations for victims. Michal Huskenal, SBS World News.
The Pope's death toll from flooding and landslides over the weekend has risen to at least 193 people. Excavators, vehicles and emergency crews have been working on the scene. Officials say the deadly events were triggered by heavy rain across the Himalayan nation and at least 31 are still missing. At least 30 people have died and hundreds remain unaccounted for in one country alone after Hurricane Helene tore through North Carolina. Catastrophic flooding has caused extensive damage, with emergency crews battling power outages, downed trees and hundreds of road closures. At least 105 people have died across the region since the hurricane made landfall in Florida on Thursday. And with less than 40 days left until November's election, former President Donald Trump has escalated his personal attacks against Kamala Harris, calling for her to be impeached and prosecuted. Speaking at a rally in Pennsylvania, Trump criticised the Biden administration's immigration policies, saying the vice president was responsible for an invasion at the US-Mexico border. Now, as we go to air, the deputy chief of Lebanon's armed group Hezbollah, Naim Hussein, is giving a speech saying Hezbollah's forces are ready for a ground incursion. He says Hezbollah will continue.
This is the most virile and actively this is what Hezbollah's fighting force looks like. Yeah, we're ready, mate. We're fucking ready for it, eh? We're training at the moment. That's wild, man. If that's the face of Hezbollah now, like, if that's the average age of a Hezbollah fighter, yeah, they're ready, buddy. They're totally ready.
with that. I learned big gas, you know I bring it to your live. Sit in the child's place, get you out of line. Criminal hustle, recognition. I'm sipping, he and shit got my mind looking. I'm busting, dig them out without a hope of hustling. Get that loot, get you know I'm bullshit. As long as I'm alive, I'm a live illegal. And once I get on, I'm putting on my people. We average split like it's a hit. Domo, when I roll through, people sleep because I'm free. This ain't no such thing. Halfway broke, scared to death, scared to look, they shook. This ain't no such thing as halfway broke, scared to death, scared to look, they like that. This ain't no such thing as halfway broke, scared to death, scared to look, they shook. This ain't no such thing as halfway broke, living the life that
says everybody who identifies as Muslim compares.
I speak on the authority of the universe that Iran and all its proxies and the Muslim world behind it is going to be only the language of fire.
Iran will respond, have no doubt about that, and the Israeli regime will punish. For decades, Iran has used its militias to antagonize Israel by proxy and to protect itself from its sworn enemy, the United States. That strategy is now being administrated with Hezbollah's entire chain of command. Its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was killed in an enormous strike in his headquarters in Beirut on Friday. Assassination been 18 years in the making. We know, though, from some countries this weekend, that Nasrallah was a terrorist, propped up Assad's murderous regime in Syria, trained fighters in Hamas, as well as violent militias in Iraq and Yemen. You will strike in Israel in the immediate aftermath of October 7th. The world is a better place without it. It is safer. The United States Iran decided a nuclear bomb is now the only recourse of defense. Israel has announced that it intends to launch a ground incursion into Lebanon, and it could start as early as today. Meanwhile, 1 million Lebanese have already been displaced by the escalating conflict. This is 1/5 of the entire population. The civilian death toll is rising. The war in Gaza rages on. Nasrallah has met a deservingly grim end. The crisis in the Middle East may only just begun. In a moment, I'll be speaking to the American actor, Professor Mohammed Morandi, who's from Beirut, the first to our friendship to discuss the fallen son of Hamas founder and former Palestinian militant Assad Hassan Youssef, and the Palestinian-American commentator Omar Badr. Welcome to both of you. Mossad, let me start with you. Your response to the killing of Hassan Nasrallah.
Well, you know, Hassan Nasrallah, his hands are stained with blood, not only Jewish blood, but also Arab blood. He participated in the killing of hundreds of thousands of Syrians along the Russian forces and along Bashar al-Assad forces. This man has been or had been destabilizing the security of the Middle East. And this was the time to put an end for this bullying and this blackmail and this act of terror.
Omar Badr, are you sorry that he's dead?
Before I answer your question, I think there's something that your audience has to know about who's on this program. If you can see if he's going to be able to control his temper and keep me from telling the audience about him, is the fact that he calls every Muslim in the world untrustworthy, says you can't trust any Muslim, says everybody who identifies as Muslim is a predator, compares Muslims to animals, and the list goes on and on and on. And here's, I think both of us know that if anybody engaged in that kind of bigotry towards, say, truth, you would not give them airtime to appear on a program as a real analyst who's here with something to say. And on top of these deeply bigoted views that he holds, there's also the fact that he is simply not a serious person. You know, puts on this really dumb, put on angry face and barks incredibly shallow slogans about Israel being wonderful and Islam being terrible and terrorist and so on. It's not really a real point of analysis. With that being at the forefront, I'll say that I think what Israel did in Lebanon and is doing is, don't take my word for it. Listen to what Israeli leaders themselves have said about the assassination of Nasrallah. They said they could have and wanted to reach a diplomatic agreement with Hassan Nasrallah, but his insistence on ending the genocide in Gaza as a precondition to them reaching a diplomatic solution led them to choose to assassinate him and killing hundreds of Lebanese civilians in the process, incinerating entire apartment buildings. So in essence, Israel is choosing to incinerate Lebanese civilians to assassinate Nasrallah because they don't want peace in Gaza. That is the dynamic that we have. In fact, you can look at this and still not figure out what moral policy should be and who's to blame the path of escalation that we're on. To me, is completely mind-boggling. It's obvious that Israel is out of control. It's on our path.
All right, look, you've also substantive ad following attack on your panelists, which is entirely your prerogative, and he can respond. I also answer my simple question: are you sorry you're dead?
I look at it in terms of the impact on civilians, which in this case, I think his assassination has made things infinitely more dangerous. We're seeing this onslaught, so because of this development.
But that's not actually an answer to my question. Do you personally feel sorry that he is dead?
No, look, but that's the thing. I don't have individual personal feelings about players here. For me, what I'm concerned about is ultimately the impact on innocent people. Absolutely. Look, so like, I want to talk about his legacy. That's a really easy thing to do. He was a hero throughout the entire Arab world for having driven Israel out of South Lebanon in 2000, for delivering Israel its first defeat in 2006. And then his record, had a major blemish on it when he intervened in the Syrian civil war for geopolitical reasons on the side of the government. And that upset a lot of Syrians who are essentially repressed and brutalized by the Syrian government to see that he has intervened in order to help them maintain power. But that was more a geopolitical decision, more than it is a moral decision. And so he had to make sure a lot of people like him, and a lot of people don't. But ultimately, there's no question about the fact that he is a major figure in the region that has a significant fan base, not just in Lebanon, but throughout the entire region. And that taking this major escalatory step, when we had the alternative, we had the option of ceasefire, and Israel chose not to take that and chose the path of escalation, and taking out a major figure is obviously pushing us towards further catastrophe. And it's materializing right now in Lebanon, watching Israeli terrorism.
Well, he's making the argument the other dude for Mossad. Mossad, what? I love how this, I think, is his name Mossad? I think that's so cool. But yeah, untrustworthy liars. Are you really making an argument against that argument here, darling? Come on.
Decimate the civilian population in all parts of Lebanon, and that's a really, really dangerous escalation.
Okay, Mossad, first of all, your response to the personal attack that was launched on you at the start of that.
I'm not going to comment on that. I know who I am, I know what I am. I'm not a commentator on the Middle Eastern conflict.
By your own admission.
I lived in conflict. I'm an eyewitness. I lived half of my life in what's so-called Palestinian society, and I spent the other half of my life with the Jewish community. When I speak on the authority of experience that is representing both cultures. One culture is a culture of death that has been sacrificing children for political and financial gain. And Omar is coming here to the West, carrying the false Palestinian identity, hiding behind a couple of Western values, trying to manipulate and deceive American and Western audience by showing somebody like Hassan Nasrallah and Ayatollah and Sinwar and the rest of the proxy leaders. These people are reckless. They started the war on October 7, and Israel had the right to defend itself. And Hezbollah has been launching missiles on civilians. They just killed 12 children as the whole world is watching on the playground. And that was Druze community, which is a great part of the Lebanese community. And no one lynched Hassan Nasrallah. How many times Omar and Mustafa's and Muhammad's complained or protested against Hezbollah aggression, taking advantage of Israel bleeding in the south? And he was totally mistaken. Hassan Nasrallah today, this is his punishment. Israel is legitimate when I stand for Israel. Why do I stand for Israel? Because Israel is the most legitimate ethnic group in the region, with evidence, overwhelming evidence, relationship with that land.
Omar and the Muslims have been trying for the past 1400 years to delegitimize and annihilate the Jewish people from that land. And they hate it so much that Israel is showing resilience and strength. You ask Omar if he's sad. Omar is mourning. Hassan Nasrallah is his hero. So let me tell Omar and his lives. Listen, you cannot rewrite history. And when I speak, I don't only speak on my own authority, I speak on the authority of the universe. That Iran and all its proxies and the Muslim world behind it.
No, this is a very, very serious conversation.
Off, there is going to be only the language of fire. And you can sit here in the West pretending to value the Western ethics. You are a lion with false identity and your religion. And your entire population has no respect.
Omar, you can respond to this. I'm going to just go to the Professor Morani for a moment to get his response to this. I will come back to you. What I would say, though, is you did choose to start the whole debate with a quite lengthy personal attack on Mossad. It's hardly surprising. He would I personally, I'd like all the guests to talk about the issues.
Openly bigoted. No, there's a difference between openly says that all Muslims are evil in comparison to animals and engages in all kinds of the worst kind of bigotry imaginable, and him.
Yeah, look. If a pig's a pig, a goat's a goat, a Jew's a Jew, and a fucking, Mohammedist to Mohammedist.
Just inventing nonsense and just leveling it at me. By the way, I'm a secular agnostic and British about that. I've written about it. I don't know what he's talking about with the Mustafas and Muhammads and whatever. Just you can see the bigotry in his engagement about the Arab culture of death. In one breath, he says openly that the entire Arab world is made up of 300 million pounds. That is a direct quote of his. And on the other, he's saying concerned for Arabs who die because of Hezbollah. I mean, just the entire thing is just a silly charade. He's not a serious human being, and you can see the utter bigotry in every word that comes out of his mouth. And the fact that he has no serious analysis.
So, yeah. This synonym of Israel with bigotry is wild, man.
Okay, I want to come back to both of you and talk seriously about what is a very serious situation. It's been reported tonight that Israel is planning to launch an incursion, as they put it, a limited ground incursion into Lebanon, perhaps as early as tonight. This is obviously a massively important moment in this conflict. So let's try and talk about that when I come back. I know I just want to bring in the Professor Mohammed Moran on before. He's currently in Beirut. Professor, thank you.
This guy is not serious. He's got like the Superman. He's got the Superman curl in the front of his hair. What the hell? He's like the non-Superman. He's like kindergarten Superman.
Thanks for joining me. First of all, just want me asking why you're in Beirut.
When the Israeli regime carried out a major atrocity on the first day of bombing, killing well over 500 people, I decided to come here, and I thought it would be best to be here to help
become a martyr,
be a voice for the people of Lebanon. And actually, I was in the building where I was staying when the attack occurred on Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and the 6 towers, residential towers that were all destroyed, hundreds of people. It was about 1,000 meters away. I know that neighborhood well because during my sabbatical.
This is a dude who doesn't have a dick anymore, that's for sure.
2011 and 12. I lived pretty close, and I walked there and drive through there. And there's people, and West, you don't trust that. I think there were 83 missiles in the time. And it's unbelievable how immoral the Western elite has become, that they're gloating over this attack. After a year of genocide and Holocaust in Gaza, now
The hypocrisy is just monstrous. Monstrous.
slaughtering people in day and night. After the attack on Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, hours later, they said they're going to.
Did they say saint? Did he say saint? Did he say saint? What?
After a year of genocide and Holocaust in Gaza, now slaughtering people in Beirut day and night. After the attack on Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, hours later, they.
Oh, okay, Hassan. I thought he said saint.
They said they're going to strike 3 other places, and they struck 12 or 13 in southern Beirut. People were terrorized. No one knows how many people have died. And this is, of course, the legacy of Western colonialism and the Israeli regime, an illegitimate regime that
What is Iran? What is the Iranian Republic? The Iranian Revolutionary Republic. What is revolution if not a Western concept? Confected in 1848. Yeah, hypocrisy, man. Hypocrites.
It's a paradox here. On the one hand, they are your chosen people. On the other hand, you're a secular Western political order. We don't know what to believe when it comes to the West. On the one hand, the Israelis from Europe and the region, far less Semites than the Palestinians, they have exceptional rights. They can slaughter people, as they've done in Lebanon before Hezbollah was created. Hezbollah was created as a result of the Israeli regime's occupation of Lebanon and the taking of this very same city that I'm in right now, Beirut. It was created as a result of the occupation. And they drove the Israeli regime out. And the Israeli regime, during the occupation in 1982, they and their allies.
1982, 3 years after Iran destroyed the area, destroyed Persia.
Militias. They slaughtered in a refugee camp pretty close to where I am right now. They slaughtered 4,000 people within 36 hours, up to 4,000 Palestinians and some Lebanese. So this genocidal behavior of the Israeli regime began far before Hezbollah was
Okay. So I give a chance to respond. I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say, and I mean that. Ready to the destruction of Israel, and Hezbollah's response to October 7th was to immediately unleash a load of rockets at Israel in solidarity with what Hamas has done in Gaza. If you're the Israeli government and you've just been on the receiving end of one of the worst terror attacks of modern times, with 1,200 people killed, with nearly 7,000 more wounded, in an utterly horrific, barbaric series of attacks from up to 3,000 people going over your border, and then the response in north of the border is for Hezbollah to unleash rockets at you and then carry on doing that for the next couple of years. At what point do you not think that Israel is going to respond? Whether you agree with what they've done or not, the military success, of that exactly as I've described, the military success, what they've achieved against Hezbollah in the last 10 days by pager attacks on 3,000 members of Hezbollah, by taking out the leader of Hezbollah and their arms, by taking out the Hamas leader in Lebanon. You cannot dispute the military success. And what I'm curious about with Iran is where is the response? Iran helped create Hezbollah, helped train Hezbollah at the start. Iran has funded Hamas, funded Houthis. Israel is now, if you look at this purely objectively from the outside, from a military point of view, is having a lot of success against Iran-backed troops. Where is Iran? Why is it not responding? Many people think it's because actually Iran doesn't have the ability.
Yeah, they're too busy. They're too busy fighting their women, fighting the Persian women. Yeah, suppressing democracy. Doing all the stuff that these people who are like fighting for democracy. It's a threat against democracy. We'll help with our partners in Iran. We'll save democracy.
To take on Israel, or the desire to.
First of all, I think that you have to keep in mind that, from my perspective, the Israeli regime cannot respond legitimately because the regime is illegitimate. Hezbollah wants apartheid and ethno-supremacism to be dismantled. In other words, something that in the West is very impossible to imagine. All human beings in Palestine.
What? We can't imagine ethno-supremacism? Really? We don't see that every fucking day? From NBC, from ABC, from fucking all of them? Come on, darling. With your Superman curl. You're not Superman, mate, just because you put some fucking gel in your hair and go, maybe I'll look like Superman. You've got to take your glasses off. You just look like fucking Clark Kent. You fucking knobhead.
Well, he wants Israel destroyed. He wants the destruction of Israel. That is literally what
they want the destruction of racist political entity that carries out ethnic cleansing, and it has been doing so for 76 years. The very same people who carried out the Nikba, they raped and murdered and expelled people.
See, this is, I mean, it was not the Israelis' choice to go there. The fact that, the true Zionists are the same people who are trying to wipe out Israel now. Follow the money, follow the tracks. The Philistines, man. Philistines. It's not Palestine, it's Philistine.
This is not a legitimate regime.
Okay, but going back to my question, Professor, why is Iran not doing anything? The world is watching, and the world is furious.
Because they
Iran will respond, I have no doubt about that. And the Israeli regime will be punished. Second of all, Iran will continue to support the ISIS resistance. And Israel has not had any military success. The Patriots was a terrorist attack. And it was actually an attack on the West too. Because these electronic devices from now on, those things that have been introduced in the West
that haven't been actively used outside of hospitals since about 2002, 2003. Motherfuckers couldn't even use burners. For goodness sake. Just use a burner, homie.
as countries that are allied to the West, their supplies chains have been compromised. And the West is doing nothing about it.
This is a wild narrative. They're like, oh my god, beepers aren't safe anymore. We can't dress up as like we can't have a 1994 drug dealer Halloween costume without worrying that our dick's gonna get blown off. Oh my god. What's gonna happen to all those throwback drug dealers? Oh my god. The West's not safe anymore.
I think lots of people are going to have second thoughts about buying any electronic devices from any.
Like, and this just shows how scientific these fucking sand monkeys are. It's like a beeper blows up, therefore your iPhone 17 or whatever is unsafe. Idiots. Yeah, it's like Samsung Galaxies start blowing up again, start overheating, blowing dicks off again. And I mean, even when Samsung Galaxies had that thing a few years ago, they just caused what, like 3rd-degree contact burns. They didn't actually blow dicks off and stuff. But yeah, like seriously, is terrorism against terrorists really terror? I'm confused. Like, don't terrorists, you know, and these are people who are like, you know, live die by it. And yet when they get their dicks blown off for Islam, suddenly they're crying, you know, peaceful collateral damage or whatever. Like, nah.
These Western countries or countries affiliated to the West. So the Israeli regime is doing no services to the West by carrying out these terror attacks.
Essentially, you phrase it as a terror attack. Given that Hezbollah is identified by America and many other countries as a terrorist group, and given that it was very specific in its targeting, you know, extraordinarily precise, it is obviously horrific that civilians were killed in the process, but the vast majority of people who were damaged or wounded or killed by the pager attacks were members of Hezbollah, who are, according to America, an Israel terror group. So that's how they would categorize it. That's not an act of terror. That would be under the laws of combat. They would say they are taking on combatants, and that's perfectly lawful and legitimate. That is their argument.
Here's if it was and walkie-talkies or cell phones that were in the United States, I think you have American.
But it wasn't. Yeah. Yeah, it's like if they booby trapped like spears and bow and arrows.
Bombers over countries who they would claim were behind. So let's put aside the
anyone who's using 1998 technology for whatever reason, you know, unless it's like, you know, Gen Z, like throwback culture or something, and you know they deserve to get blown up. But you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
Hypocrisy.
But just to be clear, you don't think that Israel has any military way to respond to Hezbollah firing rockets at Israel?
Israel does not have an ethno-supremacist regime. Apartheid South Africa had never had the right to exist, and Israel never had the right to exist. The only
it has no right to defend itself against rocket attacks.
But it has no right to exist when it came into being by displacing people and
I understand your position on its existence. I'm just telling you, when it does exist, does it have no right to defend itself?
Here's, this is what you fail to comprehend. As long as you have a master race, as long as you have a hierarchy.
What? Wait, who's the master race in this situation? What are Iran? What? We gotta flip this up.
Be a race. As long as you have one race that considers itself superior to others, there is not going to be any peace. That's just a fact of life. Whether it's in the United States or whether it's in Palestine or whether it's in South Africa, there's not going to be peace. For Iran, the dismantling, and for Hezbollah, the dismantling, or you can call it the destruction, the dismantling of this system has to happen. And this is something that you don't get. Fine. You support racism?
No, hang on, don't misquote me. Don't misquote me. I don't dispute for a moment that is the intention of Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, all funded by Iran. I have no doubt that Iran would like to see the destruction and removal of Israel. I get all that. I'm just saying, but hang on, I'm just saying right now, it looks like Hamas is losing, Hezbollah is losing, the Houthis are on the run, and their big backer Iran seems to have disappeared. And I'm looking at this thinking, this is odd. Where is the big backer? Where is Iran, who's been sponsoring, funding all this terror? Where are they when the real action starts? And many people think, like I said, or the will to try and respond to what's happened.
That's what you want people to think.
That's what people are saying.
Well, that's what people are saying, and that is the narrative you should pursue, which is fine, but then when you start with reality ultimately. Ansarullah is not retreating. The Israeli regime and the Americans have failed in the Red Sea. Ansarullah survived 70 years of genocidal war backed by the US and your government against their people. They defeated the people who carried out the genocide. If you take a couple of airstrikes when the Israeli regime is going to change anything, they will continue to enforce, as they say, Ansarullah and Yemen, enforce the genocide conventions. And your government are the terror organizations. They're the ones that are funding the genocide. They're the ones giving the bombs, the bunker busters to go and bomb homes and civilian towers
and blow up glorious revolutionary leaders
in Gaza. And whenever they carry it out, the Western media will say Hamas strongholds, terror centers, Hezbollah strongholds. Why? Because they want to justify.
Listen to the mainstream media. The fuck, this dude is fucking delusional. He's high on fucking inshallah. New inshallah. The great new drug. Inshallah.
These terror attacks. No, the terrorists are in London and Washington and Paris and elsewhere. But since you think that somehow you're more civilized and that your countries are better than ours, whatever you do has justification. No, the terrorists are the ones reporting this.
New camel's pits. Iranian brute camel's pits. The height of Islamic civilization. My frothy warm camel pits. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Drink some more before I subjugate and rape women and children. Lovely, lovely camel's piss.
Been carrying out terror for years. Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, they are the native population that have been brutalized for 76 years, and Hezbollah has been trying to help them. They voluntarily entered this.
It's interesting how this history only begins 76 years ago to these people. And yet they're, for fuck's sake, man, for fuck's sake. And they want to talk about colonization, running the Hebrews out of the Middle East. Somehow isn't. And they want to talk about, all these things. It's crazy. It's mental. That I don't know much about the Persian, the Persian life before the Islamic Revolution, but
battle last year, Hezbollah, to draw the Israeli army away from Gaza so they would be able to kill less people. They are heroes, say, and your government has been putting the Israeli regime to slaughter. They've been giving them ammunition and of course the weapons they have, and most importantly, the intelligence. All of the eyes, the Russian intelligence, the AWACS that fly, and the drones that fly alongside the Mediterranean, both for Gaza and Lebanon, they're helping the Israeli regime carry out these attacks.
Isn't the truth about this that there's a massive geopolitical will going on, where you have Iran, you have Russia, you have China starting somewhere in the middle, and on the other side you have the West, and there's a political power and position and geography. You see it in Ukraine, you see it now in the Middle East, and that Iran is sitting there in a really interesting position where it's seen Saudi Arabia nudging ever closer to normalizing relations with Israel. And it has to happen after all the other Middle East countries that have done that. It's pretty well game over for Iran's ability to destroy Israel and to destroy the normalization process. That's what Iran is terrified. And that's why Iran has been so aggressive aggressively funding these groups, which I would categorise as terrorist groups, you categorise as 3pisode, but you would call them to be funded and armed by Iran, right now is looking completely impotent in the eyes of the world. You say they're going to respond.
Ayatollah Khamenei. What's up, Ayatollah Khamenei?
The last time they responded to an assassination, they fired a few hundred rockets still not taken up by Israel's Iron Dome. It wasn't exactly so strengthful, mate. I'm not saying it's go Iran doing anything. I'm just saying it is notable that Iran has done nothing. And it could be that Iran itself, right now, is feeling very isolated and feels that maybe the net is closing in on itself.
I ran so far away, and I ran, I couldn't.
Yes, you're very consistent in what you said. Right now, you're saying on the one hand it's Iran, Russia, and sort of China, and now you're saying Iran is completely isolated and afraid. Which one is it? Let's be real. This is not about geopolitics. That is always a part of everything. But this is about a moral issue. But you cannot comprehend that your governments are morally inferior than others. Your governments are terror states that are supposed to
I make no comment about that. I was
But you were saying that
well, to be clear, I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper when we opposed the British government's war in Iraq, for example. So here's my moral view of these things. It may not be as simple as you think.
I acknowledge that in our first discussion, and I will not refrain from doing so again. But your government carried out the dirty war in Syria, excited. He wrote an email every 2012 that Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria, a decade after 9/11.
What about what Hezbollah did in Syria at the behest of Satan? What about killing hundreds of thousands of Muslims? Do you have a problem with that?
Your government killed hundreds of thousands of people because your government
is volunteer too with attack forces.
Your government,
you don't think it's true?
Come on, Pierce.
You come on.
Your government.
Are you denying that Hezbollah got into bed with Assad and killed hundreds of thousands of people?
Because this is going to be problematic for you. Your intelligence agency in England facilitated the travel of young people to Syria to fight and to join ISIS. The same ISIS that, according to the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency document of 2012, regional countries were deciding to create a Salafist between Syria and Iraq. And according to General Michael Flynn in an interview on Al Jazeera, all places, he said the United States supported this. The United States supported the rise of ISIS. And carrying a leaked audio, and all of this is online, he said we allowed ISIS to advance on Damascus. So your governments are responsible for Syria. Your governments are responsible for Libya. Remember, we came, we saw, we died. This was sovereignty. Your government destroyed. Your government supported the genocide in Yemen, and now your government is supporting the genocide in Gaza. And the people.
You guys don't remember that, in the West, we're not all blindly following the fucking leaders that are undemocratically enforced upon us. So yeah, I don't think his argument has any legitimacy.
Hey, you're perfectly, but would you agree that we should have a charter which proclaims more destruction of Israel, which has 7 million people living in it? That is genocide.
No, no one is talking about killing Jews. That's a lie. In fact, many
like they weren't talking about killing them on October 7th. Of course, that was just what do they call that? Kind of permanent displacement. Existential liberation.
You destroyed millions of Jewish people.
And unfortunately, the resistance in Southern Africa and their support across the world destroyed the apartheid regime in South Africa. They didn't kill off the white population. Young Jews in the United States are standing up to this apartheid and racist regime today. And the fact is that the Israeli regime has exposed itself to the world. They have done more harm to they have done more harm to Jews than anything else. They're the anti-Semites because they're carrying out this genocide in the name of Jews and young Jews in your country and in the United States, that I'm saying not in my name. So they're the anti-Semites. They're the Europeans who came here and now Netanyahu calls Palestinians Amalek. And you know what that means in biblical terms. It was the Israeli president who said that there are no innocents in Gaza. It was the Israeli so-called defense minister or terror minister who said we're going to shut off the medicine and the water and the food and we're going to starve.
Yeah, shocking statements, I agree with you.
And that's what they did. It wasn't they were shocked.
I agree with you. And the fact that they were able to do that.
In fact, they're still doing it. Now they want to expand it to Lebanon.
I don't disagree with you about the occupation charge, because clearly only an occupying force or country can have the ability to turn on the tap of energy and water and so on. I agree with you.
So that makes it a criminal regime, and your government is back into the hill. So what does that make your government? Makes it a terror regime. Okay, instead of calling our governments and groups in this region that are indigenous, and all they want is Palestinians to be treated as equal human beings and to bring down this wrong system, instead of calling them the terrorists, you should call those people who are the terrorists.
Okay, all I'm saying is I believe all Palestinians should have exactly the same human rights as any Israeli or anybody else. I completely believe that. Yeah, but I do not agree with your categorization of these groups as resistance. They are terrorists. Well, that's disagree. Terrorists, but we'll have to leave it there. Professor Rankin, thank you very much for joining. I appreciate it.
Talking about like how like this is historical deletion. Like Lebanon was a Christian. Lebanese, like real Lebanese, are Christians. You wanna? It's fucking mental.
Sure. Let's go back to the panel. I mean, what's that? That is the Iranian view. He's entitled to have that view. It's just for my viewers to hear that view. What is the response?
Look, the Islamic Revolution leaders, and before him, Ruh Allah, they have invested some 40, 50 years into their proxies. And that includes Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxies in the region. Now, when they see the collapse of election, the collapse and the failure of many, many years of investment. What happened to Hezbollah is shocking to the core. The entire Islamists around the world are seeing the collapse. One of the most funded, equipped military force in the Middle East. And Ayatollah is not far from Israel's reach. He understands this. This is why he retreated after the assassination of Haniyeh. And by the way, I want to ask just a question. Who killed the Iranian president to begin with? In fact, Israel did not announce that. Did not mean that Israel does not have any answer. So Ayatollah and the other Hamas leaders within the retaliation, they're totally mistaken. I did this from day one. And that's based on a personal experience with Israeli intelligence of more than 10 years. That all Hamas leaders will be eliminated with no exception. Hezbollah, that was surprising to me how fast they actually was. But the Iranian regime is a lot more vulnerable. And the Iranian nuclear program is all destroyed. It's just a matter of time. There is no immunity for these people who have been stabilizing the region, taking advantage of the chaos they create. Then we have the clowns here, what's coming here in the West, spreading false narrative of occupation and Palestine. What I say? Palestine never existed, except as a colonial entity created by the British for about 25 years. A colonial entity. It was never a country, it was never a nation. And today, when Omar and his friends come and say Israel is Palestine never existed. How can you occupy something that never existed? So now they keep on. No, wait.
I'm going to let her answer the
phone. They keep going. He will have his time. Now, we are talking about a false narrative. We are talking about a false narrative.
I'm on you,
You were here? You're here you're talking about how occupation is all fake and made up and whatever. But it's incredible that when you look at what international law says, the UN says, what the UN General says, what the resolution says, the Security Council, they're complete emphasis on the fact that Israel is an occupying power, illegally occupying the West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem. The International Court of Justice has come out with an opinion making clear that this occupation is illegal and has to end. Well, what's up?
But they have no legal legitimacy. None. There was least legitimacy to international law, then there would be no war, right? So what happens to the law when the building that law exists within is eviscerated? I don't know.
I will pretend that this is something that Palestinians manufactured because he has nothing substantive to say. The reality is so obvious and so blatant that we don't even know how to address such a bizarre and ridiculous argument that this is what Palestinians invented. Palestinians have been there for millions of years. They are a natural community of people who have lived in that land for a very, very long time. And yes, it's true, Palestine was never an independent UN member, for example, in this country. By the same token, Native Americans in the United States were never also did not have a state as a member of the United Nations. But that changed the fact that they were living with their own land. That colonists came and take over and rolled them off of that land and created a new state on top of them. So Israel was created at the expense of Palestinians. And while you might talk about this Muslim group or that Muslim group or what their children may say about the Israel, and the case of Israel, this active policy for worship is to destroy Palestine. You're right. We're not talking about what the charter says. We're talking about what Israel did. Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. It is building illegal stuff in the West Bank, using unspeakable levels of violence against the Palestinians and finally destroy a smaller area. We are watching the destruction of Palestine before our eyes in a way that the entire international human rights community and international law says is completely illegitimate and criminal. And our reaction is to fund it and maybe occasionally criticize it instead of standing up to it.
What should Israel have done after the attack?
In a theoretical world in which I was the Israeli leader on October 8th, what I would do is take on the podium, acknowledge the fact that we've created an unspeakable situation in which violence is inevitable, and I would instantly end the occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and Jerusalem to apply international law and respect human rights in exchange for every person on October 7th who engaged in acts of violence against civilians to be brought before court, put on trial for war crimes.
Who brought 40,000 fighters to court?
Yeah, you don't need the entire 40,000. In the sense that you don't need every last member of the Israeli military to be brought for war crimes because the Israeli military engaged in war crimes. That's the thing. The reason.
Seriously suggesting that Israel should not have responded. So you're seriously suggesting that Israel should not have responded to one of the worst terror attacks in any military war whatsoever.
You have to be concerned about it. If we're expecting Palestinians not to respond in the defense to literally decades of Israeli atrocities and war crimes against Palestinians, why does it only work one way? Why do we say that Israel must respond militarily, but Palestinians are never said to need to respond militarily to decades of war crimes? Why is that?
Because the argument is no from both sides. Go back to 1948. There have been a series of escalations in those 75 years with blaming things on both sides, small things happening which then trigger outbreaks of war, and it's gone on now for 75 years. And it's not going to speak about territory and land. I get all that. But ultimately, you cannot have a situation where on one day that volume of people are massacred and wounded, 7,000 people wounded, and then Israel just does nothing. We're so far away beyond anything anyone seen that for 75 years in one day. Of course they're going to respond. Of course Hamas knew. Of course Hamas knew that would be what Israel would do. So they knew what would happen to their own people, and they didn't care. Iran knew what the response would be. Obviously knew what Hamas would do. Hezbollah's reaction, not to show any modicum of sympathy for any of the people killed, but it was to launch a barrage of rockets in sympathy with Hamas, the terrorists who perpetrated it. And they carried on doing that all year, for a whole year, and they displaced 65,000, 70,000 Israelis from the north of Israel. And at some point, of course, Israel is going to respond. Now, what part of what I wanted to say is factually inaccurate.
Yeah, I think the entire framing that Israel is responding is at the fundamental core of what
I prefaced it by saying, I said 75 years of flare-ups and wars and everything, and you can argue about all the history as long as you want. What you can't argue with is the scale of what happened on October the 7th was so horrific. It was always going to be
there's no major attack.
Sorry?
Yeah, no, here's the thing, Piers. This is not about tracing it back as a different attack. Well, they did this before, and those people did this before. There is status quo. It's not equal sides that are living on both sides of a war that are perfectly fine and equal, and then one chooses to launch an attack against the other. You have a fundamental status quo in which one people rules another, in which Israelis every day, decade after decade, are free, living with freedom and democracy and so on, and you have Palestinians.
You have Palestinians who are run by Hamas who build We spend the money on tunnels and get UN to look after their people, and then use these fucking proxies.
Millions in Gaza who are living in a cage, not allowed to go in and out, have no freedom,
Hamas
have no
was given
have no
governmental
airport, have no prospect.
Hamas was given governmental power in 2005, and we spent billions of dollars building a huge underground tunnel network so it can continue to wage terror against Israel. They squandered that money. You can argue to Gaza, but that's obviously what they did, and they did it at the expense of their people. So yeah, you can claim with great cause, by the way, that Israel's had an occupation which had never been permitted in the first place. But you can also not deny in 2005 we pulled out Gaza and let Hamas take charge, and this is where we got. How is that helping people?
I don't think that's a correct premise. No, they withdrew in 2005 out of Gaza and they put Gaza under siege in a cage and allowed Hamas to govern this cage internally. They can be the prison wardens of Palestinian prisoners. That's not meaningful governance. We can have a serious debate about how Hamas spent the money. Can say that maybe what they should have done is make this cage a little more comfortable to live in, and instead they chose to devote their resources into breaking out of that cage by investing in military infrastructure. I'm not a fan of Hamas. I don't support them. I oppose their rule. I don't think they're a particularly positive influence on Palestinian society. At the end of the day, when you're talking about a captive population that Israel has just put in a cage left to rot, it is natural that people are going to be drawn to more extremist and violent ideologies in order to break that fundamental injustice.
If you accept those,
nature? Are we talking about the sand monkey nature? What about the fundamental idea of making the best out of a good situation and making the best out of a bad situation? What about positivity? What about hope? You don't need more blood.
Do you accept that you have the three H's, the Houthis and Hezbollah, all quite terror groups in many nations around the world, all of them funded and resourced by Iran? And do you accept that at some point, when you have that kind of concentrated collection of groups that are wedded to the destruction of Israel, Israel is going to do what it can to try and save it, right? You can argue about victory if you want, but then you think that what you can argue with victory like that, what I put to Professor Ryan, is that from a pure military perspective, it would appear that Israel is having enormous success now in taking on Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and Iran is doing nothing to defend these groups, and it's not doing so long. Maybe they will, but at the moment it looks like either they don't have the ability properly, or they don't have the will, and that could be an enormous transformative revelation for that whole region.
I think the fundamental reality is that there is existing constitutional dominance. Again, this is not a status quo in another country or region. The occupation and ethnic cleansing of apartheid and the genocide now in Gaza are an ongoing process. And Israel has an option. It is true that this has triggered a reaction in the region where local groups and others are urging that Iran is indulging those local groups. They're not proxy for Iran, they're fighting. Ansarullah in Yemen are a genuine Yemeni group. Hezbollah in Lebanon is a genuine Lebanese movement. Its roots are in Lebanon. The same with Hamas and Hamas.
Hezbollah was initially created by members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, 1,500 members, already trained in.
Hezbollah who was just assassinated was born and raised in Lebanon. To me, proxy implies that they don't have independent actors. They're just tools that Iran sends to the region. They are actors in the region that are defined towards Israeli regional dominance, and because they have a common cause with Iran is arming training them. That's the dynamic. And yes, Israel has an option. They can start behaving within the bounds of international law and reach a peace agreement with the Palestinians that would then suck all the energy away from these fanatic groups and continue massacring Palestinians and taking their land and insisting on pursuing a military strategy against new military threats. By all means, if you want to do it your way, you have endless war in the Middle East. Or
don't say my way, because I see which makes much sense about what Israel intends to do with Gaza after this. Or so this is not my way. I'm just telling you what it looks like from the outside against its traditional enemies over there. And it's having a lot of success. Let me go back to Moscow. You actually predicted and Venezuela was about to be assassinated. You posted on September the 23rd on X 4 days before. Let's gamble. Anyone who predicts the day of Venezuela's assassination can also got a copy of the book. It's $777 in cash. On what day and date Sam is scheduled to meet Alex? And you're right. So, putting your predictive hat on again, what do you think is now going to happen if, as is being reported widely now, Israel launches what they call a limited ground incursion into Lebanon? Where is it going to end?
The most important target and the priority number one is the Iranian nuclear program. This is priority number one. We cannot afford allowing any Islamic entity to have mass destruction weapon because they are not showing responsibility. They have been bullying, they have been intimidating other religions and ethnic groups. The Islamic hatred against the Jewish people is evident. And of course, many people can hide behind the Palestine as a device to express their anti-Semitism, inflict pain on the Jewish people after they suffered a genocide on October 7, which, by the way, by the definition, the only genocide was committed is on October 7. What's happening in Gaza is not a genocide, it's collateral damage. It's the use of human shields that has been justified by Omar and many advocates on behalf of Palestine who think that the use of human shields and kidnapping people and raping and looting and the calls for annihilating of the human race is a resistance. This is that you shut up. Shut up, it's my turn now. So now,
by all means, yeah.
I think it is. They invert the narrative. They invert the narrative. Every time they suffer a defeat, they call it a genocide. And we say, no, there is a big difference between defeat and a genocide. You started this war and you killed Jewish people on October 7 by the name of Allah, not the name of Palestine. Then the entire Muslim world backed Hamas in a global offensive against the Jewish people, a small minority that is resilient to time, with overwhelming evidence in relationship to the only indigenous people of the land did not oppose allowing the Arabs to stay in the state of Israel. This is why we have 2 million Arabs in Israel. So now,
that's ridiculous. Israel was established by
Israel of genocide. While you are the perpetrator. You are the perpetrator. Why are you interrupting me? Listen to your false narrative all the way until the end. So this is the time to sit down and listen. Sit down and listen. So this is your mastery, inverting the narrative. This is what you do best. You are the perpetrator, and suddenly you become the victim. And I tell you something, Iran will be punished. Everyone who's standing behind terrorism, Hamas is a terrorist organization designated as a terrorist organization in the United States. You cannot be American and supportive of Hamas. You say you're not a big fan of Hamas, but you are a big fan of Hassan Nasrallah. Hassan Nasrallah killed many Americans, hundreds of Americans. Hassan Nasrallah is a criminal, Ayatollah is a criminal, and whether you come by the name of Allah or by the name of religion, it doesn't matter. Justice must be delivered. What happened on October 7, it's not about how many Jews were killed. We cannot agree to that. Nobody in the free world will agree on Hamas aggression that was documented by their own cameras. And of course, we will have to utter them. Otherwise, if I to listen to you, Earth will be corrupted. If I to just follow your logic that the war started before 1948. The war started 1400 years ago. Your mosque in Jerusalem is built on the top of the Jewish temple. You go below the mosque and we have all the evidence. You don't have the right to delegitimize Israel as a nation. It's against facts, it's against the Bible, it's against history. You cannot rewrite the history by keep inverting and spreading false narrative. This is, you're going nowhere. Israel is going nowhere. And you need to have the legitimacy first. Okay, you must have legitimacy.
Finally, very quickly, I'm going to wrap this up, guys. I just want to go by the same question I asked, which is, if Israel launches offensive into Lebanon, what do you think is going to happen here?
Yeah, just very quickly, I'm going to say that Mossad just all he does is level ridiculous, baseless, personal accusations about what I think and what I do, and it's just, again, not a serious argument. Israel was established a defense of Palestinians. In order to create a Jewish state, they have to ethnically cleanse hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from their homes in order to manufacture that demographic reality. That's just a fact. Now, in Lebanon, I think this ground invasion of Lebanon is going to be a disaster. I think you're going. Oh, can you please just while I'm talking, since you made a big deal about you having time? Now, when you talk about what's happening in Lebanon, I think this ground invasion is going to be a disaster for the entire region. I think they're going to try to turn South Lebanon into another Gaza. I think they're going to engage in a massive, unspeakable scale of violence. And I think that even though Hezbollah's leadership has been decapitated, there are still plenty of soldiers on the ground who are far better trained than Hamas fighters, and so we are in an absolutely bloody mess that increases the chances of it developing into a major regional war very, very seriously. The level of atrocities that we're about to witness in Lebanon is going to be beyond the horror that we saw in Gaza. And again, the fact that nobody's restraining this fanatical Israeli government on this path of death and destruction is an extremely disturbing development that is really pushing the entire region towards it.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you both very much. I understand passions run high on this issue. I appreciate you both coming together and debating this, and we'll see what happens. I hope you're wrong. I really do. But I fear that.
So this is, I just looked up culture wars, and there's a band, culture wars. I don't know what it's to be like, what the vibe is. Interesting. This is heaven? Yeah, nice. Wasting my time 2 months ago. 360,000?
Coming right up, the moment you've all been waiting for. Culture War!
Nice. I love discovering shit like that. This is what the internet's about. Okay. Where we at? Where my homies at?
Hezbollah and Iran thought that the counter tactics were working. All these military experts turned out to be wrong because Israel so easily destroyed Hezbollah's leadership within 10 days. Israel's propagandists cried as loudly as they could, but it didn't matter to Israel. Even Iran said that it would retaliate, but they're all running to their bunkers like scared little cats. In comparison, this is what the IDF supporters look like. Israel is not hiding under civilians' apartments because it cares about civilians' lives. Iran's calling in his bunker, tweeting like a frustrated troll. Consequently, a lot of people in Syria and even in Lebanon are celebrating his death. Their frustration is through the roof. I mean, can you blame them? Poor guys keep thinking that Allah will eventually come to their rescue, and time and again, Allah fails to show up. All right, this is Harrison and Islamist propagandists are all having a meltdown on social media. We all know that most of these Islamists are delusional to the nth degree. Every time they carry out a terrorist attack, they celebrate and think maybe this is the time when prophecy the Jews hiding behind the rocks will come true. Israel keeps disproving fake prophecy, yet they never learn. We also have from porn stars who already celebrated the October 7th terrorist attacks. When Israel retaliated, their shrieks and screams were heard in the Andromeda galaxy. Then they started hiding behind civilian casualties, despite knowing that Hamas was using its own civilians' lives as mere tools to create an emotional outcry, just so propagandists could guilt trip naive, leftist, woke-style, useful idiots in the West to pressure Israel. But I must admit, I now have enormous respect for Benjamin Netanyahu for not caving into this pressure to go after the rest of terrorists. When their strategy didn't work out, they turned to Iran's other proxy, Hezbollah, for retaliation. Hezbollah then amassed its terrorists on Israel's northern border a day after Hamas's terrorist attack, which resulted in 75,000 Israelis fleeing the region and becoming refugees in their own country. Hezbollah's narrative was that it would pull back its terrorists until Israel stopped its military action against those who killed 1,200 of the civilians. Hezbollah and the Gadi Iran thought that their pressure tactics were working, especially after the United States kept pressuring Israel to escalate. Again, Netanyahu showed leadership and courage and defied all pressure from the West. Once he had significant additional terror network in Gaza, he shifted his focus to Hezbollah. I listened to a lot of Western experts who kept saying that Hezbollah was far more sophisticated and lethal than Hamas. And since I'm no military guy, I rely on these military experts, and hence, I also thought that Hezbollah would be far more difficult to neutralize given Iran's direct support for it. All these military experts turned out to be wrong because Israel so easily destroyed Hezbollah. One of the reasons Israel has been so successful and effective in destroying all of Hezbollah's top leadership is because Hezbollah was not as effective as Hamas in hiding behind civilians. Don't get me wrong, they still use level civilians, but they weren't as effective as Hamas. Now, it has become clear that Israel has a three-pronged strategy in this war against Hezbollah. The first strategy, going after Hezbollah's medium to low-level leadership by blowing up their cages. Israel successfully managed to kill or maim thousands of Hezbollah's lower-level commanders and some rank-and-file fighters. Israeli propagandists cried as loudly as they could, but it didn't matter to Israel. After significantly damaging Hezbollah, Israel then moved to its second phase of the war, which is to bomb Hezbollah's senior leadership hideouts. Israel has now successfully eliminated all of Hezbollah's senior leadership, including their chief terrorist, Hassan Nasrallah. Yes, the same Hassan Nasrallah who threatened, and I quote, "I'd never before retaliate after Israel killed my enemy." Retaliation came. Even Iran said that it would retaliate, but they all went into their bunkers like scared little cats. This emboldened Israel, and then it carried out now infamous failure. Nasrallah again came out with empty threats and said, "We will avenge our fallen comrades." And like before, it turned out to be
comrades, of course. Comrades.
Big threat, and nothing happened. And by now, Israel was 100% certain that these guys had nothing other than cheap, unguided rockets that can be intercepted so easily and every time. So Israel destroyed Nasrallah's bunker, which was built under an apartment complex full of Lebanese civilians. Israel destroyed Nasrallah's bunker, and sadly, 300 Lebanese civilians died. This is again on Israel. In comparison, this is what the IDF headquarters look like. Israel is not hiding under civilians' apartments because it cares about civilians' lives. Anyway, now I believe that the phase of Israel's war would soon begin with this ground invasion of Lebanon. Israel would most probably now enter Lebanon and think the remnants of Hezbollah. It still has tens of thousands of terrorists running around, leadless and clueless. If Israel doesn't go, it will give these thousands of Hezbollah fighters time to regroup and re-establish a network of terror with new leaders. This is why I think it's important for Israel to go in and finish the job. Now, I know it won't be easy and it will come without sacrifices. Those sacrifices have to be made if you want to completely neutralize this threat. Islamists are not only just militarily worse than useless, but politically, they keep making blunders after blunders. Up until now, they were effective in putting pressure on Israel to Western leaders, but they went too far, and Israel called out their bluff and finally pulled the trigger. Now the whole world, and more importantly, Israel knows that they have absolutely nothing. Iran's has been trying this bunker, tweeting like a frustrated troll on the internet, and Hezbollah has lost all of its leaders. Now, they don't even have a gun to point at Israel, let alone shoot at Israel. The only leverage they had, they've lost it now. Why would Israel not act with impunity now that the Islamists have no leverage? This is why I think if Donald Trump comes to power, he's probably going to try to take out Khamenei himself. Or maybe he might not even wait for Donald Trump, because he dropped that hint in his UN speech. Have a listen.
I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach. And that's true of the entire Middle East.
He's right. The long arm of Israel can very well reach the neck of Khamenei himself. No wonder Iranians are celebrating Nasrullah's death, because they know that if anyone can liberate the people of Iran from this evil regime of Khamenei, it's Israel. The West doesn't have the stomach to fight evil anymore, but thankfully, Israel does. The news of Nasrullah's death has been met with mixed reactions across the Middle East. In fact, a lot of people remember what role Nasrullah played in killing 100,000 Syrian civilians. Consequently, a lot of people in Syria and even in Lebanon are celebrating his death. Check out a few videos of jubilant Arabs. Don't listen to me. Check out Mohammed Hijab himself saying it.
No matter what anyone says, we do not forget what Hezbollah did to the Syrians with their ally Bashar al-Assad.
He was attacked by a lot of Muslims for not staying united as one Muslim Ummah in front of the enemy. So he was forced to clarify and said, for me, the strategic point of not mentioning the crimes of Hezbollah for unity does not override the moral point of minimizing or ignoring the crimes of Hezbollah against my people in Syria. But hating Jews trumps everything, as it is central to Muslim faith. So he also said, I side with Hezbollah against Israel, and with the Syrians against Hezbollah. Anyway, with the death of Nasrallah, Islamist propagandists have gone into a very serious depression. Check out Mohammed Hijab, who has made about a dozen posts threatening Israel with severe consequences since Nasrallah's death. We don't need any more speeches. Earlier, he also said, if it is true that Nasrallah has been killed and Iran doesn't respond, then we can all rest assured that Iran would never respond to any aggression by Israel unless Israel attacks them directly. I think that is going to happen soon too. Which makes them no different from all of the secular Arab regimes backed by the USA. Their frustration is through
Mohammed Hijab. Mohammed Hijab. Does he wear a hijab?
the roof. I mean, can you blame them? Poor guys keep thinking that Allah will eventually come to their rescue, and time and again, Allah fails to show up. So then they think maybe Allah is testing us and maybe we need to wage jihad. Then they go into waging jihad and still they get destroyed on the battlefield. In the end, they have no option to lick their wounds and cry in the corner. Jihad is not the only one. Check out our Dilgo boy. He has taken this defeat so badly that he's scratching his head and wondering, how did he go wrong? His terrorist buddies are known for military accomplishments. They will accept every reality but one, that their Islamist militants are worse than Jesus. Shall we say despair? How did Israel kill Nasrallah and Hezbollah's senior commanders due to infiltrate Hezbollah's leadership structure? Was there an intelligence leak or security breach? Were electronic devices bugged and monitored? Russia, Iran, or Lebanese opposition betrayed Hezbollah? Sure, it's not that Hezbollah is technocratic military. Sure, it can't be that. There must have been a conspiracy behind the direction. He's even getting mad at Putin for not coming to the rescue of Hezbollah, as if Putin coming in Ukraine is going to come to the aid of a military force like Hezbollah. This is why all Islamist propagandists have been supporting Putin. They thought that Putin was on their side, when in reality, Putin is to mess it up.
I can play anybody. Putin, yeah. God loves Putin. Sure we'll take you. Sure we'll take your missiles around. Thank you very much.
When Putin says that the Quran and the Holy Book should not be desecrated,
юрисдикция, уступает им не уважают религиозные чувства. В нашей стране это преступление. Есть и по Конституции, и по 282 статье Уголовного кодекса Российской Федерации.
Idiots like Dildo, who loves and respects Islam. No, he doesn't. He only latches on to any anti-Western sentiment that he can to bolster his support. He doesn't care about Islam or Muhammad. Don't you remember what he did in Chechnya? The West is terribly forward, and in my opinion, it's losing its resolve to defend its ideals. But our enemies are so pathetic that no matter how hard they try, they still fail miserably. Check out the woman running up. Seems very dejected, but their delusion never goes away. You know, it's very hard. The last 2 weeks have been difficult. The last 12 months have been excruciating. The loss is huge. But the Israelis and Americans are wrong to take a victory lap. They are creating a region and a world full of people who hate them and will never stop resisting the most violent military empire in history. They're wrong to think there won't be huge consequences that are disastrous, not just for their adversaries, but for them as well in the region and beyond. The world is not going to come to an end with the death of few mosquitoes. Nothing's going to happen. So she needs to know. And according to her, this military alliance led by the US is the most violent in history. I don't know which one it is. I'm going to speak about. She's either very stupid or knows no history. It's a bit of both. Anyway, while propagandists like Hijab and Diddy Hussein and many others who celebrated the October 7th terrorist attacks might have given up, this
Dildo Hussein.
Syrian girl is not backing down. She's still busy selling her delusions of victory to Muslims. Just to give you an idea about the delusion of these Islamists, check out the confidence of this Islamist propagandist.
Stop condemning the resistance. That's what helps them. Stop saying that, oh, what happened? We don't condone what happened on October 7. We condemn Hamas, but please stop shooting. We will never condemn Hamas.
See how confident she was in her jihadist rhetoric? Look how confident and happy she was when the October 7 terrorist attack took place. But as one wise man once said, the dildo of reality seldom comes with lube. Check out how she reacted when the news of Nasrullah's assassination was broken to her on Russia's propaganda channel party.
We do now have official confirmation from the Hezbollah group of the death of Hassan Nasrallah. What's your response, please? I'm so sorry. Let's end the interview. We were talking to.
I know I shouldn't react this way, but I can only laugh at this madness. They never learn. They will never learn. They keep attacking Israel, and Israel has no choice but to defend itself against this unwavering and relentless hatred that they have for the only Jewish state in the world. They're only going to get more and more Muslims killed with this hatred for the Jews. They could have used this influence to tell Muslims to focus more on education, peace, human development, and democracy. They have 57 Muslim countries and only a tiny Jewish state. But they want all. It's because this ideology believes in taking everything and subjugating everyone. Reason why you have to fight them is because they are Jews. You should fight those empires around you, or those hukumats around you, which are Jew or Christian, until they get the Jizya. We've seen that in the West. Western countries let them in with open arms, and now they're destroying them too from within. Biting the hand that feeds them and speak with these people. Anyway, I hope you liked today's video. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Your support,
4 hours ago from War Graphics says the Iranian military is better than you think.
Patreon.com/Harris.
And Israel
It's the tense between each other. We're buying proxy wars, bombing each other's territory, and all that stuff. In the Western world, what's from how our Zionists use the situation? Because that's not you and your mom one enough to beat his chest and throw out all manner of hot air, but that ultimately has a mark far more against than its fight. So would inevitably get steamrolled should a proper shooting war ever break out. But what if we tell you we think such a view might just be misleading? Because in reality, Iran could well surprise us all with the performance of its military. If that claim got you interested, don't go anywhere, there's the best point this. Doing this like our thinking. The videos on this channel take a lot of research, because those are already black and white. They go deep layers of historical and social factors that are impossible to understand from a single source. And most of what you see on social media and even in news still through ideological biases and skewed facts. Today's sponsor found these free attack and website that exposes these biases so you can't stay by. Take the website at the website. by hundreds of sources, of which nearly 70% consider highly credible, meaning their reporting tends to be more effective than subjective. Criticism now, especially when it comes to your news propaganda to speed public perception, influencing how you vote and the endless process we've seen around the world. From here, you can scroll through the world's reactions to Israeli-based jihadists believe the threat donation goes beyond Gaza, drawn as a history of smuggling weapons and drugs to the West Bank. Check out the news perspectives, approaching the same story with unique historical context that a single article could never provide. And here's what makes Ground News so correct. They don't tell you what to think. They just show you how stories are so you can make up your mind. So, of course, itself creates a hurdle. It's oftentimes so data, but yet always curated and distributed with a real care and attention to detail is incredibly inconsistent, with different outlets having radically different approaches to data collection and thus often sharply disagreeing on the reality of the matter. As a result, for example, the International Institute of Strategic Studies, IISS, and the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, two very respected names in the open source intelligence world, completely disagree on the Iranian military budget, with the former giving figures for a tasty $44 billion in 2023, and the latter giving us a mere $10.3 billion. So you could probably see the problem. Because we meant to achieve our sources and ultimately don't have to putting out that data analysis. Well, for what it's worth, our approach what we know is in the forum, they recommend US sources achieving trends in both military security forces, investment by anti-enforcement, and delivering the annual assessment of global military capabilities and defense economics as published by the ISS. So, they shall be our linchpin sources for today's video. So, with that said, let's go on, shall we? Start our arguments. The first thing to note is that the Iranian military is big. It's made up of 610,000 personnel across these branches. That makes it the largest military across the Middle East and North Africa, followed by Egypt and Arabia, who have 438,500 and 257,000 respectively. Personnel, however, that figure also makes the Iranian military one of the biggest on Earth. Period. We're becoming 8th overall. And how the 6th largest military in the world.
600,000 dudes with spears and rocks. Yeah. Come on. And what with Russia selling them like rusty Kalashnikovs.
So it's 169,500 soldiers, with 4th and 5th positions being taken by Morocco and Iraq, which have 195,000 and 193,000 respectively. Now, that's in fact, you can already start to wrap your head around what we mean when we say that the Iranian military shouldn't be underestimated. Sure, there's a lot of other factors to consider if one wishes for a full and true understanding of the situation, and don't worry, we're going to be getting exposed soon enough, but just off the raw numbers alone, it wouldn't exactly be an easy fight for Israel. Let's take that 610,000 figure for a while longer and zoom the microscope in a bit further, however, because the Iranian military, despite its vast size, isn't exactly what you call normal in its composition, as its capabilities revolve around two main juxtaposed pillars, so to speak: a conventional military, i.e. one is organised to conduct traditional forms of warfare, including ground, air, naval operations against similar constructed military forces, and one which is all about so-called asymmetric warfare, i.e. unconventional tactics that one employs when acting disadvantaged conventionally, with examples being guerrilla warfare, terror attacks, and internet ambushes. Those seemingly diametrically opposed at face value, both approaches and units that operate them actually intended to work in perfect synergy with one another, maximizing Iran's ability to defend itself and project power by making no threat that it cannot respond to, and no action it cannot take, theoretically at least. As who does the conventional stuff, that would be the Iranian army, or Artesh, it's called in Persian. Quite confusingly, despite the army actually needing to assume focus on land-based operations, the Artesh is actually the centralized general command for Iran's conventional forces. Things only get a bit more confusing when we look at the branches that it commands too, as making up the attack of ground forces, i.e. the actual army. It's cameras model, such as the tiny little Mirage 521 that carries in there 3 kilos of explosives, to be the Arash series that packs 150 kilos worth. There's also reconnaissance models such as the Bell S that carry high quality photography sensor as a traditional combat drone, such as the Shahed 149 Gaza that launches bombs from altitude. And all of the models that we just listed, and many more still to boot, are made indigenously with absolutely no dependence upon strategic materials or unfriendly nations. Exact and reliable figures for how much they cost, the amount they may have, simply doesn't exist in open intelligence sources, so not bother to give figures. But we will say this. Compared to traditional manned airframes, they are an absolute steal, and it will cost barely a fraction of the price to get equivalent, or at least somewhat compatible. Balls to all with UAVs. Iran isn't exactly getting an air force to rival the United States, but they are getting serious bang for their buck. And once again, making the prospect of taking them on just a little bit more uncertain. Some commentators have been quick. Or we just can't say, and it would be disappointing for us to come down on the inside the currently available information. And look at today's video. Not even a day after the first round was completed, this story drops. The LDR version, they're now doing another half-star version of their American M60s, and they're calling the Solomon 402. Basically, we know bugger all about their presence, at least we can absolutely be sure about, so we won't bother speculating on it. Know that
I'm a proxy of the Iranian government, and I have no dick anymore. Thanks, Simon. Simon Fiskler.
Let's talk right now about the battles between Israel and Hezbollah. As we've seen now, the death toll rising. We're told that 558 people killed in airstrikes against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon carried out by the Israeli Defence Forces. This as the Defence Secretary John Healey has left the Labour Party conference in Liverpool to return to London to chair an emergency Cobra meeting on the current situation in the Middle East. Many people think this is actually going to an all-out war. Well, let's talk about this right now with Fiona Lully. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also a national campaign coordinator of the Revolutionary Communist Party. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
That's a coincidence, isn't it? That a communist would be supporting these fucking ragheads.
Yes, I was obviously.
Let's hear that again.
Thank you very much indeed for joining. Emergency Cobra meeting on the current situation with this. Many people fearing this is actually going to explode into an all-out war. Well, let's talk about this right now with Fiona Lully. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also a national campaign coordinator of the Talk about this right now with Fiona Lully. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also a national campaign coordinator of the Revolutionary Communist Party. Well, let's talk about this right now with Fiona Lully. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also talk about this right now with Fiona Lully. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also a national campaign coordinator of the Revolutionary Communist Party. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also a national campaign coordinator of the Revolutionary Communist Party. Lully. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also a national campaign coordinator of the Revolutionary Communist Party. Lully. She's a pro-Palestinian activist. She's also a national campaign coordinator of the Revolutionary Communist Party. Good afternoon to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I mean, this death toll is obviously horrific. We know that women and children are included in this, although the Lebanese authorities haven't released how many Hezbollah militants were involved in those deaths. And obviously, we're told by the Israelis these airstrikes are aimed on military targets. They've warned the innocent people of Lebanon to remove themselves so they're not in the way of these Israeli rockets. Israel's got a perfectly good right to defend themselves. They've been bombarded with rockets from Hezbollah since October the 8th, the day after the Hamas massacre in southern Israel. They've got every right to hit back, haven't they?
No, of course not. What has happened over the last week are acts of terrorism by Israel. This is mass terror. Hundreds of innocent men, women, and children have died. I mean, 50 children. I read that today.
Well, see, that's their argument, isn't it? If they're resistance fighters, then they're innocent, aren't they? Resistance is the last defense of the innocent, isn't it?
Have died as a result of these attacks and these airstrikes, and it is absolutely outrageous. And to try and justify it in any way, as you've done, and many Western media outlets have done, is completely hypocritical and outrageous.
Why is it hypocritical and outrageous? I mean, Israel wouldn't be firing rockets into southern Lebanon if Hezbollah, a major militant terrorist organisation which has control of a lot of southern Lebanon, had not already started firing rockets into Israel.
It's hypocritical and outrageous because everyone knows that if this sort of attack had happened, first of all, with the pages...
They keep back with this fucking bullshit argument. It's like, you people loved it when they fucking slaughtered 1,200 fucking dirty Jews, didn't ya? And then they're like, look, they did it to the Israelis, blah, blah, blah. Come on.
faster than the walkie-talkies, and this innocent people died. If this attack happened in any other country and had been performed by someone other than Israel,
And interesting that this argument is coming from a communist, and it's exactly the same as what's coming from the Mohammedans. Coincidence? Or is it centralized fucking, like a mind hive? Mind hive, man.
Know exactly how Western media in forums will come out to condemn about how what level of themselves is.
So the argument depends really on if go back to the page attacks and walkie-talkie these exploding pages, walkie-talkies brought by Hezbollah, the strike terrorist organisation, for their militant men to be used as a way of contacting each other to basically to keep in touch. That one, I can't think of it as a more targeted attack than this. We understand, we believe it. Israel has no responsibility, but we believe there's somebody was behind this. I mean, it seems to be targeting the militant fighters of a terrorist organisation is a perfectly legitimate in warfare.
They blew them up in public.
They did it in public. And civilians die in war. I'm going to have to break this for the people who are so upset about what's happening in the Middle East. Civilians die in war. The only reason lots of Israelis get by other than October 7 is because they have the defences to prevent those rockets from killing Israelis and 60,000 removed from their homes in North Israel. The best way of stopping civilians dying whether it's Gaza or indeed in Lebanon, is if Hamas or Hezbollah stop firing rockets at Israel.
You say, oh, people die in wars and that kind of stuff. Isn't that language of terrorists? Why do you refer to it?
It's a statement of fact. But that is natural damage is the military term used for civilian deaths.
It's willing to pay in order to maintain its main ally in the region, which is Israel. Let's be clear, Israel is allowed to get away with murder. Israel is allowed to get away with terrorism.
I would say that Israel is held to a far higher account than any other country, by the way, largely autocratic, horrific regimes in the Middle East. It's frankly don't bother a lot of people like you who never subscribe those regimes. It's held to a much higher account than the British military, the American military, or any other ally.
We're talking about this because the British government and British imperialism supports Israel, because the British government and British imperialism, alongside the US, helps fund Israel and supply them with weapons.
We help supply, support a friendly nation state.
The majority of people in Britain do not support the supply of weapons and funding to Israel in the manner this government does. It's democratic, and people want to organise against that, which I 100% support. When involved in that process is calling out the double standards and the hypocrisy of the media. And
I would say the double standards and hypocrisy is actually on behalf of people like you who hold Israel to a far higher account than any other Arab nation in the Middle East. And also, you hold them to we should hold them to a higher account than the terrorist organisations. I mean, do you think that Hezbollah was justified in starting to fire rockets at Israel on October the 8th? Was that justified?
It's not about justifications. It's about understanding what's happening and why.
I don't know what's happening. It's a simple question. Were they not justified to start firing into Israel to hit civilians in northern Israel?
The reason this is happening is because Netanyahu wants to force a war throughout that entire region. And why is this?
No. I'm asking about what happened on October the 8th, because the only reason, if you seriously think that it's in the Israeli people or Israeli government's interest for there to be a war on two fronts at the moment, I come back by Iran and believes that Israel has no right to exist, and indeed that Jews have no right to exist. Oh, and anyone else, including infidels like myself, have right to. They fire rockets into Israel at civilians.
This drive at the end of the day.
That didn't fire the first rocket, did he?
Why do you want to see end rockets and all this kind of stuff? Presumably because you want to see end death and destruction and everything that's taking place. But why is it happening?
Why is it happening? You tell me.
For decades, Western imperialism has meddled across that entire region with dictating access to markets and resources. It is absolutely clear.
We've been saying what happens in Saudi Arabia, places like that. It's not a crisis.
This government, if you want to talk about Saudi Arabia, we're here talking about the terrorist attacks that Israel has conducted in Lebanon, which has killed hundreds of people.
There's not terrorist attacks, because terrorist attacks in civilians, these were targeted at terrorists themselves. What do you think about attacks on Al-Qaeda fighters, militants? What about attacks on ISIS militants? Were they terror attacks when the West killed those people?
Listen, you're not interested in actually talking about terrorism, what it is.
No, I don't think you know what terrorism is. This is a democratic nation state defending themselves, targeting terrorist militants who fire rockets at their civilians. Responding to that target attack is not terrorism. Under any use, I mean, if you're just going to make up every single definition of a word, that's not terrorism.
Israel is not a democratic state.
Israel is not a democratic state. So all those Israelis, including Arab Israelis, by the way, who go to the polls, are they is that imagining that?
Even within Israel, I don't know if you've seen, there have been mass protests against Netanyahu.
Wait a minute, people in a democratic country protesting, and weirdly, unlike any other country in the Middle East, not being shot by their own soldiers or arrested. People who committed crimes were arrested. Do people go and vote in Israel? Do they vote? Yes or no? You just told me that they're not a democratic. You think that Israel are terrorists, they're not a democratic state. I'm waiting, you haven't used the word apartheid yet. I'm waiting for that one.
Thanks for bringing it up. The point is, you mentioned Israel's right to defend itself and all of this kind of stuff. If Israel's right to defend itself is based on the slaughter of tens of thousands of people all around it, continuous terrorism,
the Hamas fighters around it and the Hezbollah fighters.
Right to that.
Yes, it does. They absolutely have the right to slaughter the militant terrorists.
You mentioned the Israeli state-sponsored terrorism that is killing
not terrorism. I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I just know right from wrong. And I'm pretty sure that most right-thinking people are on the side of a democratic government, which is an apartheid state, and not on the side of terrorism. On the side of terrorism.
Just conducted an attack on a party, whether you like them or not, in a different country to attack them, that is not democratic action. That is not democratic.
They're not
like received by any.
They're not a party. They're a prescribed militant terrorist organisation. Sorry, they're a prescribed militant terrorist organisation. What would you think of British? Let's imagine a scenario where Britain was racist. Let's say French militants arrived in Britain and killed, raped, mutilated, tortured, and killed 1,200 people and took 150 of them hostage to France. Meanwhile, Germany decided, let's just say nearby, Germany decided to bomb, North or something. Okay, what would be an appropriate response by our imperialist state to that? What would we be allowed to do in Fiona Larry's world?
Okay, that was absurd. Rather than talking about bizarre hypotheticals, let's talk about what's actually happening, which is Israel wants to drive all out that region, and the British government, let's talk about Britain, because that's where we live. The British government is going to support that. The British government is going to go along with whatever the US government wants, and I want to organise people against that,
I'm looking to that, and Britain's, what would be an appropriate reaction if the same thing happened to us? This is my question. What would be an appropriate reaction for us if that happened to us?
It's not happening to us.
You understand the concept behind this. When you say that what Israel is doing is not justified, I'm asking what would be justified? So if it happened to us, what would we be justified in doing? Is that concept too complicated for you?
No justification.
There's no justification.
What it did historically.
There's one thing I know. Okay, leave out the, that's what I'm saying. Take it with Israel. If Belgium was invaded by what would be allowed by you? What a reasonable response that you wouldn't call terrorism?
You say it's taken away from Israel, but that is what this is the problem.
Now this is the issue, isn't it? Because it's Israel. Israel is the problem, isn't it?
You don't want to talk about the truth of what's happening. Yeah, the Israeli state is doing is the why Israel? All the nations, because first all of the nation states in virtually all the countries in the Middle East have their lines torn in the sand by British fear. Why is Israel a country that bothers you so much when you've got wars being fought by Saudi Arabia in Yemen? Tens of thousands of innocent civilians down there. Assad killing and killing, torturing many of his own people in Syria. What we see in Iraq, what we see in Iraq right now, women being suffocated, tortured, just for not covering their hair. Why is it that uniquely it is Israel that seems to irk you so much? Because uniquely Israel is funded by Western imperialism, both historically and today. And I live in Britain, which historically played a massive role in the propping up of Israel, and continues to do so today alongside
That's the reason.
That's the reason. Answer the question.
I'm going to be honest with you, Jenna. Time's against me. I could do this for the next 2 hours, but I've got to go to a break. I don't believe you. I don't think anyone watching or listening to this believes you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just going to be honest with you. Fiona Lally, pro-Palestinian actress, National Campaign Coordinator of the Revolutionary Communist Party. Very interesting.
Okay, let's flip it up. Let's flip it up.
Well, another poll. I mean, this is just incredible to see. And I gotta tell you, you know what? For anything to be this time, when you're facing off against Donald Trump, I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. I think that Kamala Harris is in a whole lot of trouble. And these new polls that I'm going to share with you here today, they prove it. Welcome to the program, everyone. It's good to have you here. Make sure you subscribe, share, like, all the good stuff. I hope you had a terrific weekend. I did. And I'm just amazed at the amount of news coming our way because I want to talk about the polls. I also want to talk about some things we haven't talked about in a while. That would be Letitia James and Judge Mershon, maybe. We need to look at whether or not they're really going to keep their jobs. Juan Mershon and Letitia James definitely under fire as that case against Donald Trump, in which they're trying to charge him some, I don't know, $500 million. That's actually going to the Appellate Court of Appeals in New York, and it's not looking good for Letitia and Juani baby. Oh my gosh, not looking good for Tim Walz either. This is the guy who's going to be on stage opposite J.D. Vance tomorrow night for the CBS News debate, and oh my gosh, he's like freaking out. Wait till you see this video. It's like giving Trump supporters the middle finger in the state of Michigan. Woo-woo! Classless. Classless.
Minnesota nice,
My
right?
gosh. Anyway, we got a lot to get to. As I said,
Tim Walz is fucking Minnesota angry. The hidden face of Minnesota. Minnesota angry. Cucked out Minnesota angry.
just a ton of information coming our way at this moment. Thank you for being here. Do make sure that you subscribe. It's really important. And I'll tell you this, I don't know if we discussed this on Friday, but it's out there so much so that MSNBC is even admitting it now. This Kamala campaign has a real problem with men.
But it's men. I mean, I think the real struggle for the Harris campaign is young men, older men, men of color, white men.
Men. Okay. Men don't like her. And you know, when you're competing in places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You need both sexes, okay? I realize you want to run off an entire group of people, but that's not going to fly. Take a look at what I want to show you here. This is from Atlas Intel. They've been very good on their polling. This is Michigan, Trump, up 3.4. Pennsylvania, this is the big one that I'm watching because as goes Pennsylvania, goes in my estimation, Michigan and Wisconsin. And what do you see? Up 2.9 in the state of Pennsylvania. Wisconsin up 1.5, Arizona, we knew that at 1.2, Georgia up 0.6%, we knew that. North Carolina, I actually would be surprised if they go for Harris, especially considering what the administration is saying now for hurricane relief, the lack thereof hurricane relief. I'd also be surprised on Nevada, but you know what, this has been a very accurate poll. This again is Atlas Intel, and I want to take a look here at what that map looks like, because we're talking electoral votes, right? Who's going to win the electoral college? Take a peek at that one, guys. I mean, that's pretty significant. So this would suggest, of course, Donald Trump all the way to the White House. You know, I also want to point out another poll, which is not what I think is important to keep in mind, is that the poll numbers are very different than, say, where they were about a month ago. Back where in Wisconsin, you have Harris at 50 and you have Trump at 46. Now that spread has narrowed, with Harris being at 49 and Trump being at 47. But again, going back to the Atlas poll, this one is quite striking to me. Really, really striking. The other thing I do want to point out, and this is actually over at New York Times Siena, the Nebraska 2nd Congressional District. Okay, this is a really critical district, you guys, for the Electoral College, because you know what? If push comes to shove and you get right down to the wire, for example, if Kamala Harris were to take Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, I don't think she would. But if she were, and Trump would take all the Sun Belt states, well, then guess what? It may come down to Nebraska. And interestingly, Trump is up 9 in that particular district there, according to the new.
I was just thinking, the next, this is a, This is a free tip for the Democrats. This is an attack campaign that might actually work. If Trump takes away our right to abortions, there won't be as much cream pie porn anymore. You know how much we depend on cream pies. And if he takes actresses won't let people more. It is undemocratic. We need our cream pies. We need our cream pies. You win. Drop that one, man. Kamala for cream pies. Kamala for cream pies.
I'm the shit. You know what the fuck it is. Yeah. And I'm brought into a fucking trap. Yo, bitch, she's a bitch up my dick. I don't really give a fuck, nigga. Look, hey, check this out, nigga. Night boy shit, nigga. Hey, roll up my motherfucking lips in the hood. Fucking with me, I'ma chop off your dick. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Tell me what's good. Pull up on your bitch house, nigga. She smell the scent of my dick. What the fuck you talking? What?
Cream pies.
New York Times poll. So this is just amazing stuff to see. I mean, New York Times. You have to understand, we went through this on Friday. If you don't see Friday, I encourage you to take a look at that, because one of the things you have to keep in mind is just the dynamics of the poll situation. It's very hard to poll with Donald Trump because the left has made it so shameful, so pathetic and disgusting to possibly be for Donald Trump that nobody's actually all that willing. And I know so many of you on the show are like, hey, you know, I'm happy. I've got Trump signs all over my yard. Well, you know what? You're the exception. I mean, really. I mean, certainly where I live, up in the Northeast, you would definitely be the exception. And I realize there's other parts of the country where you can be a little bit freer about being a Trump supporter. But for the most part, some of the rhetoric that you're hearing out of the left, I'm going to play some of it for you today because it's disturbing. Hillary Clinton's back at it. You got John Kerry back at it. I mean, it's really, really disturbing stuff. So that causes people to be a little bit reticent. On top of it, you've got pollsters that are saying, hey, I'm on a recorded line. And they want to be on a recorded line because that somehow makes their poll more accurate, except that people don't really want to tell them that they're going to vote for Trump while being on a recorded line. And so I don't think that the Times and CNN polling is actually as accurate as it needs to be. It's one of the reasons I like to go over and look at Polymarket, where advertisers on the show. Polymarket is a prediction market, and so people are putting money to work here, which is a really important distinction, right? So you've got money that you're putting to work because you believe one candidate is going to get ahead over another. I think that says something. All that said, you do have a lot of people that are risk adverse in this marketplace as well, because why else would you have 50% versus 49%? They still somehow believe that Kamala Harris has the edge, very tight, very thin edge. But I'm anticipating this is why I like to keep watching it, because this will start to catch up, I think, with the overall sentiment that you're seeing elsewhere in the country as we get closer and closer and closer. By the way, check these markets 24/7. You can't actually bet on them in the United States or in any areas where the prediction markets are restricted, but they're open 24/7, so they're kind of fun to check, you know. You're like, okay, I just saw this new poll, what happened in Polymarket? And so I go over there and check it all the time. These markets are, as I said, open 24/7. They're actually using crypto technology, blockchain technology with Ethereum to settle these trades. So just an interesting story in itself. But again, I want to go back to Atlas because this is really kind of incredible. Michigan, they're saying that Trump's ahead, more than 3 points in Michigan, and then Pennsylvania. And clearly, you know, one of the problems I think for Kamala Harris is she's not resonating with, as we discussed, she's not resonating with union members. and sort of that middle class word that historically.
Cream pies, man. It's your right to cream pie pornography. Your right to watch people ejaculate within women. It is your right. You will take it away. All you will get is facials. Facials are not good enough. We need cream pies.
Historically has been the lifeblood of the Democrat Party. And this came up actually on CNN, but CNN's even admitting this. Okay, I could have told you this ages ago. I actually would never have run her for this reason. Scranton Joe at least had something going on in Pennsylvania, but this woman really is not able to resonate. And this is what came up. It's the worst, ladies and gentlemen, that any Democrat has done in a generation. Think about that.
But look at where Kamala Harris is today. She's only leading by 9 points. That would be the worst Democratic performance in a generation. 10 points off the mark for Joe Biden. Of course, won 4 years ago. Was sort of that union guy, Union Joe, right? Won it by 19 points. She's 10 points off his mark, and the worst in a generation.
Ooh, okay. How's that for you? The worst in a generation. Talking about a legacy Kamala Harris. Anyway, crazy stuff going on in the world today, the market down today. I keep saying one of the best ways to diversify, especially with all the unknowns out there, is to take a look at gold. And when you do, I want you to call my friends over at American Hartford Gold. You can text Trish to 65532. Just text my name, 65532. Get up to $15,000 right now in free gold. Forgive me, free silver. $15,000 in free silver. And you know what? That's kind of a big deal because silver is something that tends to mimic gold in some ways. I mean, it's not exactly the same. There are uses for silver, but when you start to see gold pull ahead, a lot of times you'll see silver kind of trailing along. So it's a really good option.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. You can't sell silver. You can't hawk in silver like you can in gold, But
functionality right to have, and you're going to get up to $15,000 free by calling my friend or texting Trish my name to 65532 1-844-495-1115 or go to trishlovesgold.com. You cannot forget that, trishlovesgold.com. I do. All right, let's get to more news going on. Worst Democrat.
Come move to the Golden Plains there, lady. Come move to my town and get a dredger and make your own gold.
Our performance in a generation. I mean, think about that. Look at the Teamsters, for example. The Teamsters, they don't want anything to do with her. You had overwhelmingly the Teamsters coming out 60% to 34% in favor of Donald Trump. So that tells me a lot. It tells me a lot about what I need to know about Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. And the AOC is out there trying to somehow say, oh, no, it's the Teamsters' fault. It's that darn Sean O'Brien. He's deserted us. Hear her just last week, taking them on.
I'm very disappointed in Sean O'Brien's leadership. I have found it increasingly alarming all year. His campaigning with Republicans coming out in favor of anti-choice Senate candidates, coming out and campaigning increasingly with Republicans. I find this
is horrible because I won't be able to get any more cream pies. I love my cream pies. I'm sick of facials. I just want cream pies.
To be very confusing.
I want my cream pies. Don't take away my cream pies. I don't want facials. I hate anal. I want cream pies.
It's confusing, really. It's actually not that confusing. Just look at the economy, just look at inflation, just look at what's happening in manufacturing jobs, for goodness sakes. Look at what's happened to middle American income over the last 3.5 years. It is not surprising to see that the majority of Teamsters, they're not going to vote for Kamala Harris. They're just not going to do it. They also feel, let's not forget, a little bit like they had the rug pulled out from under. After all, they voted for Joe Biden. And what happened? There's a switcheroo. Switcheroo. Suddenly, a woman who really can't ever seem to win an election or perform well
election. He's just kind of in the right place at the right time, shall we say. I'm being generous. Somehow she's at the top of the ticket. And you got this guy, this 2-bit, former history teacher that doesn't have so much as a penny to his name. I'm sorry, I guess I'm making 6 figures for like years now in politics, and he doesn't own his house. And he doesn't own so much as one stock in the stock market. I mean, he's either, irresponsible with his money or just enormously lacking in sophistication. And thank you very much. I think a lot of Americans would actually prefer the business leader who's done some big deals and made a lot of money and knows how the world works, as opposed to the likes of Timmy and Kamala. I can't wait to see tomorrow night's debate, actually. I think it's going to be really...
Although I've been thinking about this whole, tampons in male bathrooms, in boys' bathrooms and stuff, and in men's bathrooms and things. And I think it's from my perspective, it seems more shifty than just that. It's to me, if you put, and they don't talk about whether there's tampons in women's bathrooms as well. I would hope that there were. But if it's only tampons in men's bathrooms, they'd be running criminal fucking pimping organizations, running game on girls. It's fucking, hoeing them out fucking feminine hygiene products or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm off the mark there, but
because I think that JD has the middle class upbringing, but he has the sophistication in terms of understanding how markets work, how policies work, and I think that you're going to see a really big spread of difference between those two guys. I think it's going to be quite remarkable and pretty extraordinary to see. But Kamala Harris is just not resonating. So what do Democrats do in this environment? I mean, what do you do when the likes of your base is somehow just not there, whether it be Teamsters, whether it be the union members, or whether it be Hispanics? So even on MSNBC, I was admitting the Hispanics are just not coming on board with Kamala Harris, Tammy Walt's message. Take a peek.
Yeah, the basic question of Hispanic voters, which party do you more identify with? 37% now say Republicans, 49% say Democrats. But again, look at how this has shifted in just the last dozen years. In 2012, this was a 41-point advantage for Democrats. It has come all the way down to 12 points, Kristen, a 29-point drop in terms of that gap there on which party Hispanics identify with in just 12 years.
Incredible, right? I mean, this has just sort of happened under the likes of Donald Trump. And somehow the answer is, oh, we're just going to open the border and let more people in hopes of, more Hispanics may vote for us. I actually think it's kind of the antithesis of that. I think a lot of Hispanics are wait a second, I came here the right way. I worked hard. I respect my family. I have a certain number of family values. I have a certain kind of work ethic, and I don't appreciate all the hands for showing up. And so they're losing ground with Hispanics in a really major way. Now, I haven't tipped it. Republicans haven't tipped it, as you saw in those numbers. But the fact that she is not able to pull through more with Hispanics, what's going on? I mean, what's happened to the base unions? I mean, Hispanics, black men. She can't get them. So, bank on women all the way, or women really going to be able to deliver it for her? Listen, I hate to break it to you, but sometimes women have an even harder time with women. We found this with none other than Hillary Clinton, who couldn't seem to score the women vote or the male vote or the black vote or the Hispanic vote, any of the votes for that matter. Actually, I shouldn't say that. It really is a closer election than anybody on the right anticipate. I mean, those of us on the right, I kept saying, what are you talking about? Don't count Trump out. Because they look at that poll data and I'm like, I don't think anybody's actually telling the truth. And I'm saying it again, and yet here we are. I don't think anybody's telling the truth, at least if they support Trump. And we're looking
really narrow spread. And then in some polls, like the Atlas poll, what do you know? He's winning the whole darn thing. And I keep saying, as goes Pennsylvania, as goes the country, as goes the Oval Office. So if he takes Pennsylvania, and I think he can, he's got a real shot of winning the entire thing. So this scares. Remember, subscribe, share, like, all that stuff. This scares the living daylights out of the left. This scares the left so much that now you're starting to hear spooky October surprise. They're like, just wait, we got something else up our sleeve. Really? I mean, we've already been through 2, sadly, assassination attempts. We've been through them changing their candidate, and now they're saying, hey, just wait for it. There's more, ladies and gentlemen. Dun, dun, dun. Here's Hillary. How's that?
Brief final question. You liken yourself to Cassandra, the Greek mythological figure who could see the future and the prophecies, but was never believed. Putting that Cassandra hat on for the moment, but we're listening.
This is the Clinton Global Initiative. Clinton Global Initiative.
What is something you see happening in the near future that we should be taking more seriously?
Well, I do think that that the press needs a consistent narrative. The press is not supporting Trump blatantly.
I'm just going to pause it for a second because you see what you're saying. The press needs a consistent narrative. How dare you, those press members that are not supporting my candidate, my side, Kamala Harris and Timmy Walz, how dare you?
How very dare you?
Very persistently. The press is trying to be the press, the objective, reporting the facts. The press needs a consistent narrative about the dangers that Trump poses. Because, people may still look at the dangers. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I'm going to vote for X, Y, or Z. But, okay. But at least people need to be woken up and given the facts about what he has done, is saying, and would do. And
Again, have we not heard that over and over and over and over again from the media? How scary it is, how, this is like, the beginnings of World War II all over again. Oh my gosh, it's all me here, but apparently it's not enough.
That, something will happen in October, as it always does. The Russians, as I said earlier, are very active in this election. We know the Iranians are active as well. He uses TikTok, or they certainly did against Biden and Trump. I think they're a little less pro Trump right now.
Come on.
So you look at where
TikTok has fueled a culture war that has allowed these fucking idiots. Nah, man. Where you see blue-head freaks talking about Zemanon and fucking pronouns, you see Democrat voters, right? Or at least communists who hate the Democrats a little less than they hate,
where people get their information, and they get their information largely from social media. And so the campaign is doing the best job it can to combat that, combat both domestic and foreign false disinformation. But
what's false disinformation? That's a double negative, isn't it? What is false disinformation? Don't you mean false information? You fucking Philistine. Palestine. What is it again? Oh, I'm confused. Was that disinformation? Is it false disinformation?
Anticipate there will be a full court press in October. The digital airwaves will be filled. And why does that matter? Because the press that is pro-Trump anyway, oftentimes stories are put on digitally that then are picked up by, let's say, at Fox and others. Then those stories are stories, so the mainstream press reports on them,
And so that story can take on a life of its own. There will be concerted efforts to distort and pervert Kamala Harris, who she is, what she stands for, what she's done. I mean, look, the crazy story about me running a child trafficking.
Okay, all right, Hillary. So you get the idea here. You get the idea. Look, I'm going to dispute that there's misinformation, disinformation out there, but let's be very clear with each other. It's on both sides. I mean that. It's on both sides. What do you think the whole dossier that Hillary Clinton put out was, other than misinformation, disinformation? Paid for by the Hillary Clinton campaign. You had 51 ex-spooks who made sure that the New York Post lost its Twitter account, and that plenty of other people were affected because you weren't allowed to share a story about a certain laptop that turned out to be absolutely 1,000% true. Because that's misinformation, disinformation. So you see where this goes, all right? I'm not saying that everybody is perfect. And by the way, sometimes the truth is kind of hard to get, and you get a little bit of this information, you get a little bit of that information. Ideally, in a real democracy, a real republic, guess what? We get to make our own decisions. We get to look at all the information that's out there and come away with what we believe. But they don't want you to believe that. They really, really don't. More on that. Oh, but first, what is this October surprise? What is it? I mean, Carville said the same darn thing, right? He went on CNN the other night. James Carville, who used to run the Clinton campaign, and said something else is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but the idea is we got 42, now we got less than 40 days to go. 6 weeks is a sprint to the finish. I think there's another plot twist coming. So Hillary's talking October surprise. Carville's talking October surprise. What do they think? I'm going to tell you what one source said to me. Somebody pretty high up, off record, said to me that he believes there's a real chance they're actually going to try and put Kamala Harris into the job. Just a couple weeks before the actual election, they might actually say Joe has to step down, Kamala jumps in. And that's her opportunity to do the big Oval Office address to the nation.
Or there's going to be a terrorist attack and they're going to take martial law and cancel the election. That would be my idea, or something like that. Or try, That would be my. I think that's what they would look. That's what they were planning to do in Australia. Something horrendous, and then pull an early election. It got thwarted, and now they're running scared in Australia. Gonna run out the clock, try and run out the clock. But yeah, that would be my idea. But that said, they probably couldn't pull it off because they've already, earmarked something happening. So yeah.
She's taking over. That's her opportunity.
Or Harris resigns and they put in fucking Big Bird.
Going to become the first female president, the first female Black Indian president, right, in the history of the nation. And they're hoping that sort of feel-good wave rides her right through into the ballot boxes there with people casting their vote because they don't necessarily want change. I don't know if that helps the left. I'm going to just tell you, I'm going to be completely frank with you. I don't, if I were advising them, I'd say I wouldn't bother with that because I think people really want change. The fact that she's tethered, as we should say, to Joe Biden is actually not something that helps her. And if she's actually running the administration and we get another job report or another employment or confidence report,
it'll be a participation prize. She gets like 17 days to be the 47 genders of the 47th president.
or any of these things, it then hurts her even more. So I don't think that October surprise of putting Kamala Harris in as the first female president of the United States. I don't think that that's actually really going to play in Peoria, so to speak. I mean, hey, it plays in Peoria because it's Illinois, and if you go back to that map, like it's one of the few places where we can anticipate.
Okay. Yeah, wow. That's dire. That's dire. That's awesome. So, Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Illinois, New York, Virginia, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, New Jersey, Maine, Delaware, Rhode Island, Maryland, and DC. So that's 20. Yeah, right. Yeah, interesting.
Yep, the blue's going to come through. But even there, guys, I mentioned this on Friday's show. I'm amazed because even in the state of Illinois, look at that blue. Everything else around it could go red. You're not seeing enthusiasm. In fact, in the 2020 election, you had over 3 million Democrat ballots being requested by this point in time. Guess what we get now? 990,000. Okay, I get it. It was COVID, it was 2020, this, that, and the other. But hey, you know what else? If you go back to some of the other years, 2016 and 2018, you see 1.4 million requested, 1.6 million requested. So why is it that in the here now, nobody's requesting, at least comparatively, compared to past elections? Why are you not seeing the enthusiasm for the Democrat ballots in the state of Illinois? I'm watching the same data coming to us in the state of Virginia, where Republicans are actually up some 7 points from where they were in 2020. Democrats are actually down like 1.6 compared to where they were in 2020. Granted, Democrats have still requested more absentee ballots than Republicans in the state of Virginia. It points to the enthusiasm. Where is the enthusiasm? It's not there. With the Kamala Harris crowd, it's just not there. Oh, we have a lot of news. Do you know that Letitia James and Juan Rashon could get disbarred? Really, I mean, this is serious stuff. We're going to get to it in a second, but first, just a shout out for my vitamins I take every day that would be Balance in Nature. And my doctor said, Trish, you really need a little more vitamin D. And he wasn't kidding. I needed it. But I got it thanks to these guys. I take this stuff every day. My fruits and veggies from Balance of Nature. There's a lot of deals out there I've seen online. Some other people have certain deals. I want to just tell you, don't just ignore all those deals because I'm pretty sure we get the best one right here, right now for you. 35% off. If you call this number, if you go to the website and you use my name as your discount code, just use discount code to be so true. And the things that you tell us are absolutely true, turn out to be. That's kind of a problem. Anyway, John Kerry doesn't like that very earlier in the career. Apparently, this actually is coming to us, I think, from Davos, so from volumes about the way he's thinking, the way Hillary Clinton's thinking, the way they're blaming the potential loss on that we should be celebrating, that we should. Instead, John Kerry says this.
And I think the dislike of and social media is just growing and growing and growing. It's part of our problem, particularly in democracies, in terms of building consensus around any issue. It's really hard to govern today. There's no referees we used to have to determine what's a fact and what isn't a fact. It got eviscerated to a certain degree. And people go and people select where they go for their news and for their information. And you just get into a vicious.
Well, it's interesting that John Kerry talks about that. Even when the legacy media was in control, the refugees he's talking about, still couldn't fucking win an election. Still couldn't be fucking George W, could he? So I don't know what he's fucking yammering on about.
Cycle. So it's really, really hard, much harder to build consensus today than at any time in the 45, 50 years I've been involved in this. And there's a lot of discussion.
Like, he's acting like he's a successful politician or everything. John Kerry has always been a joke. Always been a joke. You know.
Now about how you curb those entities in order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, etc. But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out...
What, like MSNBC and ABC and fucking NBC? But,
of disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just hammer it out of existence. So what we need.
Okay, I just have to stop it for 1 second. I'm a journalist. I've always been a journalist. I mean, hey, you can go back to 5th grade and I was writing articles for my hometown paper. That really scares me. When he starts to say we need to tweak some of this stuff because the First Amendment is in the way, whoa, we have a problem. We have a big, big problem. That's a red alert. Let's keep going.
Is to win the ground, win the right to govern by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement.
Blow up brown people and terrorize your fucking constituents. Sure. This dude looks like a fucking vampire hide. Like a mix between, oh my god. He's like full on cadaver. Yeah. Cadaver core.
Then change. Obviously, there are some people in the country who are prepared to implement change in other ways. And that's what we're
democracy can survive unregulated social media.
I think democracy is a very challenged right now, and have to move fast enough or big enough to deal with the challenges that we are facing. And to me, that is part of what this race, this election is all about. Will we break the fever in the United States?
So actually, the principles of democracy aren't about freedom of thought and choice. It's about consensus. It's about farming and legitimizing consensus. Authoritarianism through confected consensus. And as soon as the narratives move, as soon as they look towards being losers, it's democracy that's being challenged, not them being fucking pathetic and unable to fucking break through with a good message to everybody. It's democracy at risk. Democracy's at threat. No, the Democratic Party might be, and the Democratic Party are not. How can you call the Democratic Party democratic when they didn't even fucking vote for their, oh man. They do call themselves the UN Democrats.
It's scary. I mean, that's flat out scary, you guys. This is a guy who believes it's his way or the highway. He doesn't like the other side. He doesn't like that he can't control the narrative. He doesn't like that he potentially may not win. So he wants to win so he can do what? So he can control the narrative. And he can, I'm assuming, limit your First Amendment right. What are we going to turn into then? Again, I'm not saying that there isn't disinformation, misinformation out there, okay? You know what? I have many examples of the left floating lots of disinformation and misinformation out there. But if we don't have checks from the right to say, hey, you know what? That doesn't quite seem there. What are we going to do? And they don't want those checks. Hillary Clinton saying something quite similar most recently, hey, she wants to lock you up. Good luck. That's what they're going to do in California, right? You so much as tweet out a little meme, little humorous meme, Gavin Newsom's going to come after you with everything he's got. Hillary says, hooray, go for it.
There are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda. And whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that parents because
criminally charged. Okay, she wants to charge somebody criminally if they put out information that is at odds with what she wants put out. You understand?
That's the British way. It's the fucking 2-year. Yeah. Going the way of the Labour Party. Labour Party. We will enforce Labour for the Labour Party. And yeah, I mean, look, if the Democrats get back in, my guess would be they'd be changing their name to the United People's Labour Party or something.
Doing that right now over there in the UK, they're pretty popular, right? That's not who we are in the United States.
Well, it's not popular in the UK. It's popular by, your what do they call it? The progressive management class everywhere.
And you know what? Tough luck, guys. Tough luck if you can't fully micromanage the narrative. But I'm a big believer that the best cure to wrong speech is more speech. All right, we need more and more, and the diversity of. Make sure you subscribe because you need to know when I'm here, and God forbid these clowns actually, try and limit this. I mean, it's happened to me before on accounts, not specifically where I am right now live, but I've seen it over on Facebook, for example. You could not share that story about Hunter Biden after his dad had already been elected. And that is really troublesome and it's really, really, really wrong. So make sure you subscribe, make sure you share, make sure you like. I'm looking at your comments here in real time. I know this gets everybody's Irish up, right? Let me say everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day. We all get a little bit more blood boiling when we hear this stuff because it's so at odds with who we are as a nation. Letitia James and Paul Mercer are finding themselves in a little bit of trouble, I suspect, right now, because it turns out that their whole case against Donald Trump, well, you know what? It may get thrown out. It's in the appellate court now, and the appellate judges are saying, what the heck did you people do? We know what Letitia James wanted to do. She wanted to go after his assets. She wanted to seize Trump Tower. She was like a rabid dog. This when she was going after all of it. Watch.
4 days after a judge ordered Donald Trump to pay $355 million for a decade of fraud, New York Attorney General Letitia James says she's prepared to do everything she can to make sure the former president pays his fine, including, she told us, seizing the buildings that bear his name.
If he does not have funds to pay off the judgment, then we will seek, judgment enforcement mechanisms in court, and we will ask the judge to seize his assets.
Well, it turned out he got the bond. By the time it was all said and done, it was somewhere around nearly $500 million. So these people were going after him for $500 million on some pun intended trumped up charges. I mean, this was why. This one, perhaps to me, at least as a business reporter, it was so concerning to all my sensibility and to all my training and understanding of fairness. So do not forget what went down here. Remember, he requested a loan from his bank, Deutsche Bank, and as collateral for that loan, he said, I've got Mar-a-Lago, and I've got, Trump Tower, my apartment at Trump Tower, and it turned out that maybe the square footage was off a bit. I'm not condoning that, but these are sophisticated parties. And Deutsche Bank was required to do its own due diligence. He also listed Mar-a-Lago at a valuation that somehow offended Letitia James, who thought it was only worth $14 million. Yeah, hey, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess.
heck of a lot more than $14 million is what it's worth. I would have bought it for $14 million. Hey, we could have gotten a few together and that would have been a quick profit. So who's Letitia James to actually be deciding what the value of some real estate in Palm Beach, Florida is? I would like to know. What is she doing in the middle of this transaction? Well, guess what? The court wants to know the exact same thing. Here we go. So there's this appellate court ruling, or rather hearing, I should say, for about 50 minutes last week, and this did not get reported by the mainstream media. We're not going to hear about this from them because you know what? It points to just all the disgusting stuff these people did. So I quote one of the justices who's talking to the lawyer for the state, who's arguing on behalf of Letitia, etc. This one, John Higgins, said, quote, I'm sorry, what's being described sounds an awful lot like a potential commercial dispute between private actors. And then another one, Justice Peter Moulton said, quote, there has to be some limitation on what the Attorney General can do in interfering, he said, in these private transactions where people don't claim harm. In other words, nobody's going to get any harm. Deutsche Bank got paid back and then some with interest. And Letitia gets in the middle of all this, and the lawyer, forgive me, this is the justice at the appellate court saying, private transaction. That's exactly what are you getting at here, lady? Well, the woman who's representing Letitia, New York's Deputy Solicitor General, Judith Vale, said, no. You know, this is important because if Trump could do that, then he could maybe get a lower interest rate. And so it's a fraudulent thing, and we need to prevent this from happening. To the other justice, David Friedman, said he couldn't find another example of a state attorney general's office using the fraud law so broadly. Quote, you've got two really sophisticated parties in which no one lost any money. Other cases, he said, involve damage to consumers or the marketplace. You don't have anything like here. End quote. Dun, dun. So what were they doing? What were they doing? I mean, this was Donald Trump's point all along. Rightly so, because it was really kind of bonkers.
A judge just ruled that he's crooked as you can get. And a lot of people expected something like this, but not for the amount. But this is a very dishonest man. There's a man that's been overturned already on this case 4 times. But a crooked New York State judge just ruled that I have to pay a fine of $355 million for having built a perfect company. Great cash, great buildings, great everything. It affects New York. It's mostly talking about New York, where we have a totally corrupt attorney general. She campaigned on the fact that I will get Trump. Everybody's seen it. Letitia James. They've all seen it. Well, we'll be here. This is Russia. This is China. This is the same game. It all comes out of the DOJ. It all comes out of Biden. It's witnessed against his political opponent, the likes of which our country has never seen. You see it in third world countries, banana republics, but you don't see it here. So I just want to say this. You build a great company. There was no fraud. The banks all got their money, 100%. They love Trump. They testified that Trump is great customer, our best
third person
customers. They testify beautifully. And the judge knows that. He's just a corrupt person. And we knew that from the beginning. We knew it right from the beginning because he wouldn't give it to the commercial division. This judge thought Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. And it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times that amount. So we realized that. He ruled against me before he even got the case. He ruled against me. He said I was guilty. You know what I was guilty of before he even got the case. And Letitia James, that's another case altogether. She's a horribly corrupt attorney general, and it's all having to do with election interference. There were no victims because the banks made a lot of money. They made $100 million. And by the way, I paid approximately $300 million in taxes as the migrants come in and they take over New York. I paid over this period of years over $300 million in taxes. And they want me out. Oh, let's see if we can get them out. These are radical left Democrats. They're lunatics.
and it's election interfering. So I just want to thank you for being here. Will appeal, will be successful, I think, because frankly, if we're not successful, New York State is gone. People are moving out of New York State, and because of this, they're going to move out at a much faster rate. They used a statute, it's a consumer fraud statute. It's never been used for a thing like this before. They used it on me because I'm running for president. I'm beating Biden by a lot. I'm beating not only the Republicans, we're beating Biden by a lot. The poll came out today, we're up 20 points on Biden. If I weren't running, none of this stuff would have, none of these lawsuits would have ever happened. Nothing would, I would have had a nice life. But I enjoy this life for a different reason. We're going to make America great again. These are corrupt people. These are people that shouldn't be allowed to do the things they do. And they're using this as weaponization against political opponents. Who's up a lot.
And see, I think that actually now we're looking at a situation where both Judge Marchand and Letitia James could potentially be disbarred. Because if you can prove that this was entirely politically driven, then you're going to have a whole set of problems. Are you not, ladies and gentlemen? Because take a look at, you heard what Donald Trump said. Justice David Freeman saying exactly the same thing. Quote, that he couldn't find another example of a state attorney general's office ever using and applying the fraud law so broadly. You have two sophisticated parties, there was no one claiming any damages, and if you were to take this and just run around and try and get in the middle of every single deal, what kind of economy are you going to have left? Oh, dare I say, a communist economy. Is that what they want? I think it is what they want. I find this pathetic, disgusting, horribly political, and I would not be surprised. You watch. This is the kind of stuff you get disbarred for. Letitia James, Juan Marchand. Careful what you wish for. I'll tell you, Juan, you should have backed out of that case while you still had the chance. You really should have. It's terrible that they're doing this kind of stuff. It really is. Because that is not a fair society. Listen, I want you to go over and look at this great friends in Heritage and put together Project 25. I like it. You know,
TV. We are going to be talking today about the big expanding news that's coming out of the Middle East. This morning, Israel has launched special operations into Lebanon, possibly in preparation of France's ground invasion of Lebanon. This is part and parcel of its recent attempts in recent days to degrade Hezbollah, and it has had quite a lot of success, it seems, at doing that. But everybody is thinking about what might happen next and looking towards Iran, as we often do whenever Israel is concerned. To discuss this fast-developing, very complicated subject, I'm going to be joined by none other than John Mearsheimer, who is a leading light on international relations and a professor at the University of Chicago. John, thanks so much for coming to TV. I'd start by asking...
I think we get a fair and balanced commentary from a dude from fucking Chi-Town. Indoctrination Center. I'm so sure.
I don't mean this to be antagonistic, and I'm sure you won't take it this way, but a few months ago, 4 months ago I think it was, we talked about escalation dominance in Israel. And you suggested then Israel lost or was losing its escalation dominance against Iran because there had been a six-and-a-half exchange in April, and you were saying Israel had come out worse than that and not been able to prove it had the dominance in escalation, which is an important thing for countries to establish in international relations. Do you think the last few days have proved you wrong?
No, I don't. Because if you read the newspapers this morning, Hezbollah is once again firing rockets.
If you read the newspapers,
it's in northern Israel. If Israel had escalation dominance vis-a-vis Hezbollah, it would have been able to shut down Hezbollah's firing missiles into northern Israel. There's no question that Israel can do more damage to Lebanon and to Hezbollah than vice versa. There's no question about that. But the fact is that the Israelis want to be able to use their air power to solve the problem that they face vis-a-vis Hezbollah. They want to stop Hezbollah from firing missiles into northern Israel forever and ever, so that the 60,000 displaced people can move north. But they've been unable to do that. And of course, this is why the Israelis are now talking about a possible ground offensive into southern southern Lebanon to deal with problems that way. But escalation dominance has to do with air power, and in the case of Hezbollah, it's quite clear that they don't have escalation dominance.
But if Israel is about to launch a ground invasion, is able to utilize Hezbollah's ability to attack with missiles, that would rather prove that Israel has the weak hand over Hezbollah, doesn't it?
So that's not escalation dominance. Escalation dominance is all about using air power. Let's assume that Israel goes in southern Lebanon. To solve the problem, they basically have to either eliminate Hezbollah, or they have to push Hezbollah so far north that it is in no position to attack Israel. Is it conceivable that Israel could defeat Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, push them far to the north? It's conceivable. I think they could go into a hornet's nest. I think they have an army. The Israelis have an army that is worn out from what's happened in Gaza. It's just very important to understand here that they're not finished in Gaza. They didn't achieve their principal goals in Gaza. Their two principal declared goals are, number one, to decisively defeat Hamas, which is alive and well, and number two, to rescue the hostages. They haven't gotten them back. So they're stuck in Gaza, and now you're talking about taking an army at war for a year and sending it into a hornet's nest. Hezbollah will be lying in wait. You want to remember also, Israel has clearly scored a stunning tactical victory by decapitating the leadership of Hezbollah. There's no question about that. But they'll replace those leaders, and more importantly, there are 40,000 fighters in the south who are armed to the teeth with all sorts of weaponry and have dug trenches and have built all sorts of capabilities into the terrain, which is rugged terrain to begin with. That'll make it very difficult for Israel to prevail in it. And then if you take it a step further, even if Israel does prevail, they're stuck in southern Lebanon. Maybe and they've been there, done that, and it didn't work out very well in 1982. And there's no reason to think it's going to work out well this time. And again, you want to remember that they still have their hands full in Gaza. So the Israelis are in a very tricky situation in terms of decisively defeating Hezbollah to the point where it no longer launch missiles into northern Israel.
I wanted to pick up on that point about decapitating the leadership. Obviously, killing Nasrallah was a big deal. But as you say, he replaced all leadership and quickly. But it is quite a major humiliation as well, which attaches a lot of pride in his leadership and his ability to that point really be.
Well, it is a humiliation.
Government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded. Retarded. Are retarded. The people are retarded. But the people are retarded. The people are retarded. But the people are retarded. But the people are retarded. But the people are retarded.
Should I pay interest in people's around?
And if it's a big, you might want to restrict your conversation.
Yes.
To people right in your vicinity.
Very nice.
So you are not yelling.
What do you do?
I'm the pastor of a church.
Yeah. What do you do?
I have spent years in construction. I'm recently retired.
You are retired?
Yes. And
physical or mental?
You're not retired. I don't work anymore.
Stop working.
Stop working.
It's a very good you now. Very good. With you.
That's not what you're saying about this man. He is not what you would refer to as retard.
No, not at all.
This is a song called "Nie mogę zrobić domową." It's been in my country, there is a problem. In my country there is problem, and that problem is transport. It takes very, very long, because Kazakhstan is big. So transport down the well, so my country can be free, so my country can be free. We must make travel easy, then we have a big party. In my country there is problem, and that problem is the Jew. They take everybody's money, they never give it back. Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns, let him have a big party. If you see the Jew coming, you must be careful of his feet. You must grab him by his money, and I tell you what to do. Everybody, throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns, then we have a big party. Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns, then we have a big party. Thank you.
So that was Borat's performance at the Democratic National Convention after party. How are you living, yo? Yo, what's the time? Yeah. Got about half an hour to roll through. Ooh, new Sean head. Nice. Hag maxing, the cougar epidemic. Young men dating older women.
Thanks to various social and economic factors and the rich evil profile clowns that run our gay-retarded government, the American dream of owning a house and having a wife and 2 kids is dying. And the Zoomer-Coomer fantasy of a rich older girlfriend taking charge and making you chicken nuggies when you play video games in your pajamas all day is something different. Maxing. House and having a wife and 2 kids. Your girlfriend taking charge and making you chicken nuggies while you play video games in your pajamas all day is thriving. Back in my day, we called this cougar hunting. Or, you know, mommy issues. But the kids today are calling it something different. Hag maxing. In my last video, I jokingly referenced the term hag maxing. You've been on with a 40-year-old. Okay, that's different. How is that different? He's right, it's different. You're robbing the cradle, he's hag maxing. Educate yourself. Which greatly intrigued a lot of you. So I decided, you know what, I am going to make an entire video dedicated to covering this phenomenon. Gen Z men and women. What is this? Why is this happening?
Well, 35-year-old women are fucking hot, but you know.
Is this happening? And if it's happening, is it a good thing or is it a symptom of broader societal issues? Why are all these young whippersnappers scooping up these older timepieces? Oh, speaking of timepieces, let's quickly get into today's sponsor, Holzgern. Holzgern is a young professional look, making it a perfect choice to last. They do a great job of 14 bandlit for men, which you find. Women above 30. Happy. Now, what's the term happy? Slang dude, looks maxing, hag maxing, riz, sus. Back in my day, we had our epic bacon and rafflecopters, and we were happy. Now, when I think of the term hag, I usually think of evil, cackling witch. But no, apparently now it means women above 30. Fuck you guys. I'm so tired of comments that are like, I used to talk to you when I was in 3rd grade, and now I'm graduating college. Good for you. Awesome. Congratulations. My knees hurt when I get up off the floor. Now, this term hagmaxing went viral a few months ago with this screenshot. Meet the hagmaxers, Gen Z's new social trend of dating older women. Very strange.
Why is it not millennials' new social trend of dating young men? I don't know. Why is it, yeah, I don't know. That's gross.
Phenomenon is making its rounds on social media. Gen Z men are ditching casual sex with their women to pursue long-term relationships with financially stable and experienced millennial ladies. Now, even though this article doesn't actually exist, it was a meme created on 4chan, because of course it was, but the meme did spark a massive conversation and debate about hagmaxing. And people had a lot of strong opinions about motherless behavior. This is just mommy issues rebrand. Another day, another psyop. It's not hagmaxing, it's MILF hunting, and it's an art. Please don't misappropriate my fetishes, giving the dumbest name known to humankind having a muck kink. I mean, to be honest, I'm 16 waiting for a 20 to 25-year-old to pick me up, lol. Okay, officer, I'm gonna throw up. I'd love to have a 40-year-old sugar mama who buys me gifts and pays my bills. Drizzle, drizzle. Young, hard dicks and the older women who enjoy them. This isn't new. Hagmax bandwagoners are so cringe. I've been hagmaxing since 2nd grade, Miss Johnson's class. I'm going to kill every last Gen Z and Gen Alpha kid on the planet, including myself. I want to be hagmaxer, lol. Any female taker, XD. I like thick milks and I cannot lie. Oh, nice. It must be socially acceptable for 37-year-old men to date 20-year-old women again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Absolutely not. I fucking love adult women. Women over 32 should be illegal. Now, according to the very astute, always reliable source, knowyourmeme.com, the term hagmaxing is very popular in the VTuber community. Now, I don't have much interest in the VTuber community, but they seem to have a lot of interest in me. A lot of interest. Should I do a video reacting to VTubers reacting to me one day? That might be fun. Let me know if I should do that. Although it seems to be a meme amongst the VTubers and the weebs, it is apparently a thing happening in real life. Rise of the boy toy. Older women are dating Gen Z men at record rates. One woman stated, women my age seem to be excited by the freshness and lack of bitterness that comes with dating someone younger. Younger men seem more open and less burdened by insecurity. Okay, I have a feeling I'm going to be saying this like 100 times in this video, but could you imagine an article like this?
Just out of interest, a VTuber or virtual YouTuber is an online entertainer who uses a virtual avatar generating video. 2016, widely considered the... Okay, there you go. Interesting. So basically...
That might be fun. Although it seems to be a meme amongst the VTubers and the weebs, it is apparently happening in real life. Rise of the boy men at record rates. Women my age seem to be excited by the freshness and lack of bitterness that comes with dating someone younger. Younger men seem more open and less burdened by insecurities. Okay, I have a feeling I'm going to be saying this 100 times in this video, but could you imagine an article like this with the genders reversed? I love dating these young, fresh boys. They're less bitter, they have less baggage, not ran through. People would just be calling it red pill incel. Age gap relationships between millennial women and Gen Z men are on the rise. Our analysis of the age hypogamy reveals the pragmatic underpinning of these relationships. It sometimes comes down to who's available. Many older men prefer to date younger women. The same is true for a lot older women. Millennial and Gen Z men are urging fewer dating options. For their part, many Gen Z men might have few opportunities to date women their own age, but prefer to date older women for various reasons. Enter millennial women.
And I'm proud to be a millennial.
If you're an older millennial woman, you might be attracted to younger men for their energy, inclusive views about sex and gender, and superior care and literacy about their partner's emotional well-being. In many ways, Gen Z men see millennial women as an opportunity to level. Many older men prefer to date younger women. The same is true for a lot of older women, with millennial and Gen Z men emerging as appealing dating options. For their part, many Gen Z men might have few opportunities to date women their own age, or prefer to date older women for various reasons. Enter millennial women. And I'm proud to be a millennial. If you're an older millennial woman, you might be attracted to younger men for their energy, inclusive views about sex and gender, and superior care and literacy about their partner's emotional well-being. In many ways, Gen Z men see millennial women as an opportunity to level up emotionally and socially. With their evolved attitudes about everything from non-monogamy and gender fluidity to anti-hustle soft life, Gen Z men may be the most likely generation to overturn powerfully entrenched stereotypes about sex and relationships, the kind featured by podcast pros. I love how millennial women have just psyoped themselves into believing a man who thinks fucking a whole bunch of different women at the same time with no romantic commitment is an evolved way of looking at relationships. Like, yes, queen, that Zoomer you're being is so open-minded and progressive. Podcast bros. I swear modern feminism is like the greatest trick men have played on women. Like, just a bunch of dudes got in a room one day and were like, hear me out. We convinced them that getting naked and sleeping around is empowering. Genius! Even Hollywood seems to be hopping on the hag men train. Why are so many older women dating younger men in recent rom-coms? I'm old enough to be your mother, sighs Anne Hathaway as she passionately entwines with Amazon's new heartthrob Nicholas Galizian in The Idea of You. Oh, Anne Hathaway? I'm sorry, who wouldn't have Max with Anne Hathaway?
What a fool man you are! My goodness!
This phenomenon is a groundbreaking shift, considering Hollywood's reputation for perpetuating the male gaze and old men's uncanny obsession with younger women. You know, I really don't care about this shit, but it's so funny how much of this equality stuff is just, okay, now it's women's turn to do the thing we said was bad. All the strong female leads in movies that are just kind of assholes, celebrating billionaire female CEOs. Like, did you actually want change? Or was it really all just penis envy? Older women partnering with younger men. Why do some people have a problem with that? Perhaps celebrities will help ease the stigma. The French president's wife, Brigitte Macron, is almost 25 years older than her husband. They met when he was 15, and she was his high school teacher. Wait, that is not good. There should be a stigma against. What? Maybe these high-profile women will help shatter the stigma and normalize the benefits of widening our options when seeking romantic partnerships. After all, at every age, we deserve what our hearts desire. No. When you are a grown-ass teacher and your heart desires an underage student, you do not, in fact, deserve that. What am I reading? I'm 37 and my boyfriend is 23. I make upper six figures and own a condo in New York City. At least 3 of my friends are also dating significantly younger men. One is 32 and has been dating a 19-year-old for 3 years. I don't rely on men to be financially stable. I don't need my men to have a good job. We both know what we want out of the relationship and we're getting it. You know, honestly, good for this. Wait, one is 32 dating a 19-year-old for 3. Oh no. We older women aren't man haters. We have a lot of love and make a man feel like a man. We are not drama queens. We can't get pregnant. We are very sexy. I'm not like the other girls. I'm infertile. Men dating older women is called hag-maxing now? Why can't men just be normal? Why does everything have to be misogynistic? No, it's not misogynistic. The term hag here is endearing. We're taking back the term hag. It's like when black people took back the N-word. There's something seriously disgusting about men taking advantage of women's loneliness for their resources. So when it's a younger man dating an older woman, the younger man is still the predatory one? What? You guys just cannot win. Really? This is so disgusting. 34 is not old and not a hag. Okay, so we've heard from the hags. Now let's hear from the hag masters. Why are these young men dating older women? I have mommy issues. Oh, well, there has to be other reasons, right? I have a granny fetish. Come on, there's gotta be another reason. Because Gen Z women aren't worth going for. And I have mommy issues. To be honest, as a guy who's 22 dating a 36-year-old, I think for the most part, older women are just a lot less drama and just more mature. Older the better. Most have a car, a house, financial stability at the time. They are mature and can teach you some valuable lessons of wisdom and experience. I'm still 19, and for me, older women I flirt with at bars and clubs are much more receptive and flirty than boomer girls. Honestly, it's partly because modern Western girls from 18 to 25 are like 80% hoes now. A woman who is 30 today likely has fewer partners, sexual or other, than a woman who is 5 years younger than her. I changed my Tinder age range from 20 to 25 to 30 to 39, and have been going on more dates than ever before with beautiful women who do not care that I don't make 6 figures at 22 years old. It's either take care of a younger woman who we know is potentially a flight risk, or appreciate an older woman who has their own shit together. George W. Bush married an older woman to get that money. I don't think George W. Bush should be a role model for anything. Easy, good sex, intellectual conversation, less games, more fun, and they treat you nicely. They tend to be more grounded. Did I mention the sex part? Oh, and if it's post-menopause, even better. If girls can date older men, then why not younger men date older women? I'm 16, and I'm not attracted to anyone below 30 years old. I guess the elusive reverse pedophile. Dating a woman with a career, opportunity, experience in bed and life. What's not to like? Young sluts want the money up front. Old sluts are just happy to get some attention. Older women fed me, slept with me, and sent me on my way with snack packs. Legit amazing. I'm 26 now, dating a 38-year-old after years of trying with women my age and younger. They're all social media obsessed narcissists. I feel like they're hyping up millennial women too much here. Oh, they're not narcissists obsessed with social media. You guys weren't around during the MySpace days. Have you ever met a Gen Z woman? Who would date them? Me, give me, take care of me. Man, if the ones my age ain't loyal, might as well. They're basically like a grandma caring for you and taking care of you. Oh my god. Nothing like a no-denture adventure. People are sick. Now, I don't believe this is happening more than ever just because Gen Z men like easy sex or gifts. Or that Gen Z women are too obsessed with drama or social media. No, I think there's more to it than. I have a few theories. So, as we talked about before in other videos, a lot of men are dropping out of college. The issue is a lot of young college-educated women want college-educated men. See, Stacy is looking for someone college-educated who's making more than her. But not that many young men are on that level yet. Older men are, but not many around Stacy's age. But you know who doesn't care? Karen. Karen doesn't care about your lack of college degree. Karen wants to pick you up in her 2013 Toyota minivan and bang you in the back seat and take you to Olive Garden. No strings attached. Unlimited breadsticks. For basically all of human history, the most prevalent age gap was older men and younger women. But why? Well, it's because men are all disgusting creep and should be thrown into work camps and castrated and forced to make us pumpkin spice lattes. But also, it's because younger women are more fertile, and the whole point of relationships is to make babies. Or at least it used to be. Well, at least in our lizard brains. That's the whole point. I don't know what the point of modern relationships are anymore. I just learned recently that people purposely get into short-term relationships, which is bizarre to me, like what's the point? Well, as situationships and polycules. The world is very confusing. It turns out people are different. Now let's be real. Hazmat simply does not make any sense from a evolutionary biological standpoint. But it's 2024. We have to pass the need for evolutionary biology. We go babies and pods and look at ourselves and our brains are full of plastic now. Men wanted to be with younger women. It made sense. And babies were the goal, but babies don't seem to be the goal anymore. For many older women who simply don't want to have them, and for many younger Gen Z men who think they can't afford them, or even worse, are scared that having kids will contribute to climate change. It's like every other week I see an article, fear-mongering Gen Z. Don't have kids, it will increase the carbon emissions, blah blah blah. You have to save the planet. And first of all, I gotta ask, who the fuck are we saving the planet planet for, if not future generations. So if Gen Z does not want kids, if they think they can't afford kids, why does being with a fertile woman matter? Might as well date an older woman, might as well scramble those raw eggs. Oh, editor, edit that out. No. But believe it or not, hag maxing is not really a new thing. It's been around for a really long time. Hundreds of years even. In fact, there was a very famous hag maxer in American history who wrote an entire letter of why it's preferable to...
And Muhammad, peace be upon him, total hag maxer until he got that taste for that 6-year-old personality.
Sleep with an older woman. And that hag maxer's name? Benjamin Franklin. No, I'm not kidding. Benjamin Franklin literally wrote about the benefits of hag maxing. And what's funny is a lot of the reasons Benjamin Franklin gives are the same reasons a lot of the Zoomers hag max give today. Because as they have more knowledge of the world and their minds are better stored with observations, their conversation is more improving and more lastingly agreeable. Because when women cease to be handsome, they study to be good. So basically, she can't rely on her looks anymore and has to develop a personality. Because there is no hazard of children, which irregularly produced may be attended with much inconvenience. Because they're more experienced, they are more prudent and discreet in conducting an intrigue to prevent suspicion. They're easier to cheat on your wife with. Lovely, because in every animal that walks upright, the deficiency of the fluids that fill the muscles appears first in the highest part. The face first grows lank and wrinkled, then the neck, then the breast and arms, the lower parts continuing to the last, as plump as ever. Benjamin Franklin really just said, the ass is still fat. Incredible stuff from the founding fathers. I will literally never be able to look at a picture of this man the same again. This is no longer the guy who discovered electricity. No, this is the great American hag maxer. So basically, some Gen Z guys have found a hack in the male loneliness epidemic by dating the women who are suffering from the female loneliness epidemic. Like the two unwanted ends of a bread loaf coming together to make a sandwich. Beautiful. Two people who believe they are the leftovers of society. Two people using each other to temporarily numb the pain. Or maybe it's not that fucking deep and it's just a funny meme. To be honest, I don't think this is an epidemic. The internet makes it seem like this. All the data basically says that women prefer to date men slightly older than them or around the same age as them. And men tend to date women younger than them or around the same age as them. Large age gaps, for the most part, are rare. In relationships where the man is older, he's usually only older by 1 to 2 years. In relationships where the woman is older, 2 to 3 years. In all Western countries, only 8% of couples have an age gap of 10 or more, and couples with a large age gap have more of a chance of getting a divorce. But it is a rising trend to think about and keep an eye on. As the social landscape continues to change, so will gender dynamics, and I find that very interesting. But that's enough of my yapping. What do you guys think? What do you think of hag maxing? Have you ever hag maxed? Would you hag max? Personally, I am married to someone younger than me. He was graduating middle school while I was going into college. Well, to be clear, I did not know him when he was in middle school. I'm not married to a middle schooler, not a groomer, folks. Do not put in the newspaper that I am a groomer. If you like this video, please consider supporting me on Patreon, link down below. It helps the channel a lot, and I appreciate it so much. Also, big shout out to Holtzkern again for sponsoring this video. Check them out down below, and I will see.
Hey, so you decided to take a little further, huh? You have a lot of work to do today, so very much appreciate it. Oh, you're more than delighted to look after him? Well, I guess I can trust you. Here you go.
Hell yeah.
Oh, one more thing. Buddy, if anything happens to my bro, I'm gonna tear every teeny tiny bone out of your body and feed it to our new dog. No bones about it. Capiche? You're old, kiddo.
Wowee.
Pretty neat, huh? That's one big pile of fireflies.
Actually, Sandy, you're wrong.
I am?
It's okay. I'll explain. They're stars. They aren't even very close to us, but they're very, very far away.
because it's so gross, it's hot. If you stay, you can go blind. So never, ever do that, Sandy.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Miss Drew. Learned a lot today. Have a bright mind.
You're welcome, Sandy. Sandy, are you...
What am I on the
Hey, short stuff. Actual 6 years later.
Welcome to the panel. I'm Nina. You let me say it this time. So I read Ellen/Elliot pages. Really hard to follow. It jumped around so much, it was hard to tell what age she was at any certain time. Like, it was full of stories of her life. But one story would be her at the age of like 10. And then the next story would be her at the age of 30. But I wouldn't know that at first. So it would be really confusing. It didn't really go in order. It just kind of bounced all over the place, and not for any particular reason. What I thought. Well, not necessarily that. Her father and mother divorced, and her father had a wife that she didn't really belong with. They didn't belong. She talked about the movies that she was in and meeting different people in the industry. All of them were adult men. Yeah, a lot of influence. There were experiences that she had where she kind of went along with people in intimate situations when she didn't want to. Was it female? I think there was one woman in there, but the majority were men. Yeah. No, at any point when she's talking about the power man, she's saying that she wants to be a power man. Thinking about them having that power with nothing. Because like that, a lot of women transition to achieve. Nothing like that. She didn't even mention really anything about being trans when she talked about her days when she was younger. Okay. She did talk about being uncomfortable in her body, which, you know, we all went through when we were young. Yeah, having an issue with her boobs, but it was sparsely sprinkled in there. It wasn't prominent in the book, anything about her being trans. The trans thing didn't show up until later, when she started talking about her experiences when she was in her 30s. She mentioned thinking about being trans when she was 29 and turning to a trans woman who was in front of her and asking her if I'm trans. If you talked about, I don't think that's number one. If you're asking that question, you're probably not. Like if you're asking someone else that question, yeah. If you're asking yourself that question, then you're just reflecting. Right. But if you're asking someone else, you're asking someone else to make a decision for what you want out of your life and how you should be looking at it. You're basically saying like, oh, should I be Jewish? Should I be Christian? What should I practice in my religion? And then she did the same thing, turning to I think it was I'm sure it was another trans woman or it was a queer person, someone who was in the community, asked them, do you think I'm trans? Well, why are you asking people who are in the community if they're trans? You know, I don't feel like that's strange. Oh, why are you asking anyone besides yourself? Because their experience that I'm doing, it's not like you're a little kid and it's like, Mommy, am I gay because I got that? Like, you know, Mommy, I love my I'm gay. Like, you're not that. You're a full-fledged adult who has the internal monologue who attests to that everything. I don't ask other people what to wear every day because I'm an independent person. Do you think I'm gay?
Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. Like
I said, the only exception to that is like little kids who don't know what gay is. She did spend one day when she was younger, and then talking about
Okay. I don't know when I'll be back. Thank goodness for y'all. I don't think I've got any more internet for a while, so we good homies. Snake eyes till I die.